Going, guys? I think I am currently streaming. Should be. We are going to be doing the second session of the Myanmar Millennium Dawn roleplay today. When we left off last time, we had successfully perpetrated a series of protests and negotiations with the military government in Myanmar, resulting in the Democratic Front almost securing a new constitution. We are in the process of ceding power to the NLD, which will give us a Western non-aligned Western government. In reality, we are going to roleplay them as a corporatist government, in that they really represent only the interests of international corporations and Myanmar businessmen and wealthy individuals. They make themselves appear like they are a democratic reform movement, seeking to obviously bring proper democratic institutions to Myanmar, but in reality, that is frankly really not one of their major concerns. They are much more interested in reforming the system. Into one where they are a prime target in Asia for economic growth and economic investment through basically having no laws stopping exploitative labor and any sort of labor rights. We will also be continuing to cooperate with the newer parts of the military after we ousted the old one, and what was his name? The old leader. We ousted him, but we are still going to cooperate with the military even after they are no longer technically in power. So what I want to do with this playthrough is more or less roleplay like a corporatist state appearing from a military regime in Asia, and try and roleplay a growing, powerful economy in Myanmar, but one that is very corrupt and centered entirely around cooperating with Western countries in order to secure just broad investment for basically kind of selling the soul of the country. So that is more or less the plan. As soon as this focus ends, we will be a non-aligned government. There are a few folks who I know believe they wish to have talks with us. We also still have the child soldier crisis that we need to deal with. Where is it? Child soldiers, that is a real thing in Myanmar that we're going to have to deal with. Then we will need to deal with the internal civil conflicts. It shows they're being separate countries, all these different states. In reality, they're still technically seen as part of Myanmar, but they're an ongoing civil wars, primarily with like religious groups, but others as well. And we'll need to solve that in order to get things stable and centralized. So we'll see how this playthrough ends up going. This is an interesting one. This is my first time actually ever playing through the Myanmar focus tree. So it's pretty solid. It's a good focus tree. I mean, to be fair, the MD ones tend to be very solid across the board. One second, just gotta message someone real quick. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. We already have secured a lot of investment. We've had a meeting with ASEAN, which is basically like a economic zone in Southeast Asia, including all these countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, and stuff like that, which is supposed to kind of represent the developing economic interest within Asia and their political and economic cooperation. It's also, I wouldn't say anti-China, but it seeks to generally kind of not be entirely under the sway of China's massive and growing economic power, which is frankly quite extreme. ASEAN is a primarily economic intergovernmental organization based in Jakarta, which is originally established in '67, and has since expanded to include those countries that were originally excluded in the tense environment of the Cold War, and has sought to counter the growing influence of China, as well as maintain independence from the West, which we're not going to do. We're going to remain in ASEAN and cooperate with all those countries, but we are looking to cooperate heavily with the US for economic interests, which it is now Hillary Clinton in power as well. So, yeah. And then in China, it is Zhang Qinghong. And then we also have the return of Zyuganov and the reformed Soviet Union. What's up, Emperor? How's it going, Samurai? Does Myanmar have a unique focus tree? Yes, it does. I always forget it did until this game when I decided to choose it. It's got a pretty solid one. Nothing too mind-blowing, but definitely a lot of flavor in it. The political one is very good. I would say, as much as one can do in a game like Hearts of Iron, it really represents the complex sort of relationship between the democratic reformists and the military in the focus tree. So I really like its political tree. It's really nice. Yeah, it's a good one. I like it. Did you see what they did in the news the other day? Yes, they executed a couple democracy protesters. Myanmar, in real life, it did get reformed into a democracy again. It lasted a few years, but then after they lost the elections, the military seized power again, and they've cracked down heavily upon democratic reformers. So Myanmar's a really sad situation in real life and in modern times, unfortunately, but that's kind of the case with most post-colonial countries, to be honest. It's kind of the reality of things. When the British get their claws in you, it doesn't tend to end very well. With some notable exceptions, of course. What's up, Dolphin? How you doing? Yo, dog, you dying from this humidity as well right now? I know you share my suffering. You and Badger are both in Ohio. You suffering like me, man, with this fucking humidity bullshit? Students fighting for their rights and freedom. What about Hong Kong? Well, they had a coup. Hey, what? Where did they have a coup? You mean historically, right? Yeah, Dolphin. Dog, I'm dying. Look at my hair. My body's covered in hair as well. Can you imagine how horrible this fucking humidity is right now? It's physically painful. Dude, I got an AC unit right there, which is trying its hardest. I got a fan right here, and I need to get another fan, because fuck, it's not enough. Yeah, fuck it out. The country you're playing. Yeah, historically there was a coup. Yeah. Besides that, I'm doing good. How about you? I'm also doing pretty good. I'm about to go back to work a bunch. I won't be streaming as much. I got my car license again. I'm about to get my car fixed next couple days, and wow, big investment from China. So I'm going to start to work a lot again. So I will not be streaming as much. It's long overdue. I haven't had access to my car for a couple months now. So it's good. It's going good. You still going into the military, Dolphin? If you don't mind me asking, what's up with you? Anything new going on? I know you graduated now, so. What will you be streaming? Today or when, Samurai? Or just mean like generally? All right, there's a couple countries we need to go have a chat with, but I don't really want to do it until we get... 1 second. Since I'm streaming less, so the way I'm gonna stream going forward, I've thought a lot about this lately, because I gotta like work a lot again, you know. I took a lot of time off to like stream and do stuff, which has been really fun, but yeah, I gotta work more again. So the way I'm planning on streaming going forward is I'm basically only gonna stream like games I plan on making into like YouTube series. I don't know if any of you saw it, but the last series I did on YouTube was the Morcar Crusader Kings 3 series, and I put a lot of time and effort into it. And I was really proud of it. I got done with it, and I was like, God damn, that's actually really cool. I rewatched it twice, because I enjoy it so much, which was really kind of cool. Because I used to just make YouTube videos. Originally, I'm gonna rant about this for a minute. Originally, when I made YouTube videos, I literally just put my VODs on YouTube, which was nothing. And then after that, I got a little bit better, and I started, like, you know, cutting it down, but I didn't do any editing, and I just threw it together kind of thing, which was mediocre. And then I got more into it, like, you know, with the Millennium Dawn series I did, where, like, I added, like, a lot of editing and some humor stuff, and that was fun. But the last Crusader Kings series for YouTube videos I did made me realize that, like, I can actually do really kind of cool storytelling shit with, like, the Paradox games with roleplay. Yeah, no, I enjoyed it so much that I kind of wanted to start focusing on that. So the way I'm going to do streaming going forward is I'm going to play in, like, multiplayer roleplay games that we do in the server, but, like, the only games I'm going to stream are the ones that I play and that I plan on making into YouTube videos. So it really will just kind of depend on, like, I've also dramatically restructured the Discord, which has been really good. It's in a good place right now. And there's a lot of people who'll be hosting games. I'm not going to be doing any of it anymore. It's all other people now, which is really great. And I'm just going to pick and choose games that I like the person hosting. I like the people playing in games who are good role players. And I'll join them and play them and stream them, and then I'll turn them into YouTube videos. It's kind of how I want to go into the future. I want to try and stream 3 days a week from here on out. I think I can manage that with a job. I think I can do that, and then make YouTube videos as well. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at. Hoi once a week for sure still. Probably, I want to definitely do a lot of CK3. So I'd say for sure, like 1 day of Hoi a week, 1 day of CK3 a week, and then one other thing, which will probably just like rotate based on, you know, what's going on. So that's kind of where I'm at. Yep. Nothing much yet, but military's the way forward. Got you, man. Yeah, definitely Stellaris. We will be continuing that Stellaris game tomorrow, and I have the first video of that Stellaris series out probably Saturday. It's hot, 65 to 70 humidity, and around 32 to 40 degrees Celsius. Yep, y'all getting hit too. The Europeans actually understand the pain of the Americans, but it's worse because you guys don't have houses built for heat, and you also don't have AC usually, so it's brutal. We're gonna go do some diplomacy as soon as we get this focus done. I'm gonna write out a focus first, though, because this is when we change to an entirely new government. We've got our military focus tree. We've got our diplomacy trade focus tree. We've got a huge political one. We've got another economic one that branches off, and then we have the Rohingya issue over here as well. So, not huge, but they cover a lot, and I think they do it pretty solidly. As of any focus tree, I wish it was written a little bit more and a little bit better, but that's always the case. I'm just fucking picky. I've seen so many Hoi focus trees now, it's just like, I don't know. After a while, especially the military ones, they just get so bland. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the Stellaris game a lot, Harold. It's a lot of fun. I do wish I was role-playing it better, though. I kind of feel like I was like chopping through like the video to like make the YouTube video, and I feel like my Stellaris roleplay needs to be better, but I think it's mainly because I just haven't done it in so long, you know? I'll get back into it. Aung San Suu Kyi will also become our leader. And again, we're going to be corporatist and hyper corrupt Myanmar. And entirely open ourselves up to international investment. We'll finish this focus. I'm going to write a news post, and then we're going to go talk with the Americans. How about you, Harold? You've been doing a lot of diplomacy. I assume you're having a good time. Man, speed is pretty slow today. Four days. We'll get rid of most of the Western sanctions as well, because those are really kind of screwing with us right now. So where are they? Yep. Construction speed is absolutely destroyed. Same with resource export revenue. And if you had to pick a U4 Stellaris, which one would it be? For roleplay, for games, generally, what's the context, Samurai? It's been great if I sit down and write a bunch of stuff in the evening. Hell yeah. Here we go. For RP, Stellaris. EU4 has an insane amount of potential for it, but generally I'd say Stellaris. Alright, we have officially reformed. After intense negotiations with the military government over the last year or so, we have convinced them to step down primarily and institute a Democratic Front-led government under the recently released Aung San Suu Kyi. The first thing we're going to do is open ourselves up to the world by ending isolationism. Our country responded to the Cold War by walling itself off from the outside world. In the globalized 21st century, this tactic is no longer viable. Just a reminder, though, we are still cooperating heavily with the military. They're just not in the face of things anymore. They're just kind of very powerful behind closed doors now. So, let's write out a post. That's not the right one. There we go. Myanmar celebrates reforms. Today is a historical day for the people of Myanmar. After generations of oppression and failed negotiations with the military regime, the light of democracy has broken through the darkness. It is only through the suffering of those who chose to bravely protest this dangerous regime and march in the streets that this is possible. Our new leader has promised an end to the economic and political isolation, which has defined our post-colonial period. In a speech at the capital in Yangon, what's her last name? Key? I don't know how to spell it though. Kyi. he announced Myanmar officially open for business. And with the recent promises of investment from her allies, expects a period of rapid economic growth and societal transformation. Although it is clearly defined in the new constitution that the military still holds broad and borderline dominating power, the government is confident that it will be able to keep them in line.
Hello.
One moment, finishing something.
Okay.
The first thing on the agenda is the opening up of freedoms and the installing of a new system for anti-corruption to be implemented. All right, I'm gonna make a break your own news post real quick. Where's the picture of key? Cool. Wonderful. Alrighty. Hello there.
Hello. Is this Mr. Plow? Or what is Aung San Suu Kyi?
This is Mrs. Key. What can I do for you?
Yes. We know we have made deals with you that if investments into you, that if it pays off, we will invest even more in your nation to help your democracy grow. And the investments have paid off, and you are right now a democracy. And I would like to invest more to help your growing nation.
We would be very grateful for such a proposal, as we are attempting to define ourselves as a prosperous modern democracy, one which will follow the model of the other Asian tigers, and in cooperation with ASEAN define a new era, where the military does not define our future. As a good friend, I believe, out of Roleplay, you're the Philippines, right?
Yes.
As a good friend of the Americans, we hope that you would be able to put in a good word with us, with Mrs. Clinton, as we do hope to negotiate the reducing of Western sanctions from the Americans and the EU, as well as opening up the possibility of American corporate investment into Myanmar in the future.
Yes, I can of course talk to them about that. Yes, but that's the investment thing, and we would very much be able to invest one infrastructure, as we promised, into what region we want, and what sector that might be into.
We are attempting to completely rebuild the roads, bridges, and infrastructure of Lower Myanmar, as the military in Lower Burma completely failed to properly subsidize that for the people, besides the military roads, of course. So if you would be able to invest in that region, we would be eternally grateful for you.
Yes, we will. The investments will come right out.
Thank you very much. We are looking for partners going into the future, as the end of isolation in Myanmar is finally upon us. We hope that the Philippines will be a good friend of our people, and that we can cooperate and reach economic prosperity together.
Yes. Actually, I'll invest 2 infrastructure to make that province the most infrastructure region in Southeast Asia.
You're very kind. We thank you for your generous actions here.
Yes, thanks. Now I will go back to the Philippines. You can always talk to me if there's any problem.
I hope you have a safe flight back to Manila, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future, especially with the other Asian members.
Yes. Where should I go?
The Stellaris game has been very fun, lots of amazing RP. I agree, Emperor, it's been fantastic. Why aren't koalas considered as bears? Oh god, let's hear Huffman. Have so cool RP prepared for you and your species and the volunteers that come to my world. I've been reading it, man, it's really fucking cool. Anti-terrorist corporatist Myanmar, yes, correct. We are basically working hand in hand with the military, it's just that the key is now the face of our country, so. Alright, let's take a flight to the US.
Hello.
Or not. Hello. Hello, I believe Pakistan was here first.
Okay, yeah, I was planning on joining. I'll join back to Big Twin.
Sounds good.
An idiot.
Would you mind turning up your mic first off?
Oh, sorry, I don't have to be loud. Hello, Mrs. Son. I would like to talk about with your old government. We were talking about you joining the Indian subcontinent economic and military pact.
I said, I'm aware that you did negotiate this with the old military government.
It wasn't ever signed, but I would like to say, are you willing to sign it now?
As we have still waiting for you to formally give us an outline of how exactly this organizational block would work, we will have to decline. As soon as you are able to properly tell us what exactly this will entail and what you plan to do with it going into the future, we can have the proper negotiations in our capital with our administration to discuss the possibility.
I could provide you because the economic part is we will mutual invest in each other's economies. And military research wise, we will depend on each other instead of outside powers.
You are aware that we are already a part of the Asian Economic Bloc, which also does something similar. So it would be very hard for Myanmar to prioritize two different economic blocks at the same time.
If it's not mutual. It's not beneficial for my Myanmar, it's alright.
I'm not saying we're entirely against it, I'm just saying it's a very complex issue, which is why we don't want to just rush into anything here.
Okay, that's all right.
I'm happy to continue negotiations over this, especially with the Indian administration. I think a talk with you and Mr. Vajpayee in the future would be warranted, however there are several things that my government needs to do first.
Alright. Once you're ready, your government's already come into this plan, and we would like to talk about that.
Very well. Okay.
We want to keep building peace and stability in the region. And unfortunately, something rushed or ahead of when it should really be done would be a problem.
That's fair. Do you have anything that comes to mind that we maybe rushed or are rushing?
Well, accepting North Korea as a democracy, as your former predecessor did, would be ill-fated.
No, yes, we do not accept them as a legitimate democracy, though we are looking forward to the future of them becoming one. But it is a very long road for them to travel before they are actually a democracy.
Okay. And then that's about all that we had, and I think we're on the same page once again as great and strong defenders of democracy.
Of course.
Awesome.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to repair our relations. Sorry, Mrs. Clinton, not mean to interrupt.
What's up, Bambi?
We also offered what we were planning on offering the first time I came.
And what was that?
Just some investment into South
Oh,
Korea.
we are during our time that we had started questioning our arrangement with the Americans. We had built up our infrastructure and we had planned for the worst. So unfortunately, we have no opportunities for outside investors at this current moment. But if ones were to open, we will definitely contact you because I'm sure you would like to reinvest into your ally.
Yes.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to come and visit us in the White House.
Of course.
And safe travels back to South Korea if there's nothing else.
Thank you.
Greetings.
Hello.
Myanmar.
I am Aung San Suu Kyi, the recently elected president of the democratically front-led Myanmar government in Southeast Asia. I have traveled here to Washington, D.C. to speak with you, President Clinton, regarding several matters, if you have the time for it.
Yes, we should.
Wonderful. To start off with, as you know, Myanmar is now formally a democracy. We are implementing elections and working hand in hand with the remnants of the military power still in Yangon. We hope to be able to institute a system which is not defined by our past and our colonial history, something I'm sure you can understand. After being released from prison and finding myself now so quickly the president of a country, there is so much I want to do. To start off with, though, I'd like to discuss with you the possibility of reducing quickly or perhaps over time the sanctions both you and the European Union have placed on Myanmar for very good reason. The military's actions regarding the usage and ignoring of the child soldier issue in our country, the civil conflicts that have defined the last several decades, as well as generally the lack of civil liberties in my country, are unacceptable. But as you know, even before I took power, the military was seeking to remedy some of those issues, and now with a democratic government, we place those as our highest priority. However, the sanctions that you and the EU put upon my country limits us severely in terms of being able to develop an economy that does not put the lives of regular people in very low levels of quality. And we hope that you might be able to negotiate that with us. As again, I am seeking a new period for Myanmar. And although I understand why these existed, they are now hurting the lives of the Myanmar people and a democratically led government.
We could understand the sentiment for sure. I believe that we could lift some of these sanctions placed upon Myanmar in exchange for the Myanmar government reducing 5% of the military seats in your government down to 20%.
Hello.
One moment. Unfortunately, I cannot do that as the recently signed constitution that has allowed the Democratic Front to take leadership is only just finalized. If I were to change some of the things put in that constitution, I would run the risk of having a civil war of my country, which I'm sure that your administration would not like to see happen.
No. And like the South Koreans said, we do not want to rush things to cause more turmoil in the region.
I understand. This is a very delicate issue, and although there is a democratic government, let me make one thing very clear. We have no loyalty in the military for the most part. They have allowed us to go forward because they understand that it is the prosperous future for Myanmar, and that frankly, they would risk a civil war if they had not made these reforms. But I'm in a very delicate situation here. If I fail as leader and there's no economic progress, the military will take that as an opportunity to seize power again. But if I also dramatically change the agreement we made with them outlined in our new constitution, I would also be ousted from power. So you understand the quandary here.
Of course.
Yes.
Would this be able to be done down the road?
It would, but I will say that the economic impact that these sanctions have on my country make it borderline impossible for me to have any progress. And if that happens, I would worry that we would simply see the military, again, seize power based on that. They are looking for an opportunity to show our people that democracy doesn't work in Myanmar. And I don't want to give that to them. And I would like to see the West not give that to them.
Mrs. Clinton, would you like to respond?
Yes, I believe that we can call on something to hopefully reduce those sanctions. You are still working on the child soldier problems, correct?
Of course. It's my administration's primary concern, along with the civil conflict and, of course, securing investment, so everyday people have a higher quality of life. Those are our three primary priorities going forward.
Okay. Yes, I think that we can hopefully get rid of some of the sanctions on your country.
That is good to hear. I hope you will be able to also negotiate with your EU counterparts to get them to support such an arrangement, as it is a lack of economic cooperation with both you and Europe that has severely limited us, though that was of our own choosing.
Yes.
Wonderful. That is very good to hear. The second thing I'd like to briefly discuss is the possibility of American corporate investment into Myanmar. As I'm sure you are aware, your corporations already do a small degree of it in our country, going around your sanctions, as we are a prime target in Asia for investment, along with the other Asian tigers. However, we are looking to dramatically ramp up foreign investment, as again, without capital flow from the West, Myanmar will never be able to progress quickly economically. And since America is the world's biggest economic power, we had hoped that we could speak with your government to expedite the process of allowing for more economic investment from your corporations here in Myanmar.
Yes, we should be able to spare some investments. Right, Tim Kane?
Yes, of course. I believe that we could. I think that it would be fair to also invest into Myanmar what we've invested roughly equally to other Asian nations, around $40 to $50 billion.
Yes, that sounds good.
Wonderful.
Where would you like this?
If you could invest into Lower Burma, we are attempting to develop the capital region down there, and we would appreciate that greatly.
Okay. Alright.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Cloyden. I have said everything that I wish to. Is there anything you'd like to ask of me or my people before I leave?
I don't think so.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for your time, Mrs. Clinton and Mr. Kane, and I hope to speak with you in the future. Thank you for being willing to work with a new democracy in Asia.
Thank you for coming to the White House and approaching us first.
Thank you. Wonderful. The Americans are going to work with us. That's what we hoped. In the roleplay, obviously, the corporations would be heavily lobbying the Clinton government to ensure that that happens, because we have got rid of every single restriction on corporate investment. So there's no environmental regulations, there's no labor laws, there's nothing like that. They can basically run like slave labor in Myanmar, which is essentially what happens in certain Asian countries due to similar situations to this. So, hello, how's it going, Ham? Who is the host so I can talk to him about joining later? You're going to want to talk to Hastening, who I believe is playing... His name's the host, so Chandrika Kamar Tunga. He's the host. I can increase Buddhism in the country? Yes. Absolutely. Alright, we've managed to secure foreign investment, which is what this focus is showing. Promote civilian enterprises. With political freedom comes economic freedom. It is time to encourage our aspiring entrepreneurs. We're going to get a research slot, 2 office sectors, and lose a lot of money, but that's fine. We may have a debt crisis, but we can always go approach the Americans about a bailout. We'll see. I went to the ER yesterday about my cough. Jesus, man. First your finger, now your cough, Bambi. Dog, you are going through the shit right now. Holy fuck. Sorry to hear that, man. I hope you feel better. It's just one thing after another with you lately. Goddamn. Child soldiers are still one of our primary focuses, though. China wishes to offer celebrations and support to Myanmar. A true reform to democracy, China has had some issues in the past with Myanmar, but now we welcome them into the light of the working class way of life. All right, so China says they're willing to work with us. That's interesting. We want to be careful, because Asian doesn't like China, America doesn't like China. We want their money since we are basically becoming a corporate hellscape, but like at the same time, we have to be kind of careful about how we do it. So we need to get economic investment essentially through probably back channels. But seeing as we've already worked heavily with them, I don't think it'd be a big issue. We'll just wait a little bit before we go. What's up, Tajit? Yeah, Myanmar. We're doing a corporatist Myanmar. We've reformed technically into democracy, but realistically, we're a heavily corrupt government. I'm not going to lower corruption the whole game, by the way. We're going to keep level 8 corruption the whole game for roleplay reasons. Going good, Linus. I just told you, my man, you're going to want to talk to the guy who has hosting his name in one of the voice channels right now. He's got a picture of like a Viking. That guy. Hastening. Don't invade your home. What's your home? India? We'll keep working on the demobilization of child soldiers. We have less than 30,000 now, which is huge. We're going to be spending all of our political power on this. Manipur? Where's Manipur? Ah, no worries. So yes, India, okay. Where's Manipur, India? Hold on, I gotta Google it. I usually know a lot of the Indian cities. Oh, it is right over there. Like right here? Nice. Oh, right here. Nice. Yeah, you were literally on the border of Myanmar. Wow. I heard this region of India is really beautiful. I had a buddy who went and like did a bunch of hiking up in the northern mountains over here, and he said it was incredible. So that's cool, man. I found out it was the early stages of pneumonia. Oh, dog. Oh, they caught it early though, which is good. Pneumonia is really bad. It is absolutely horrible. I had a lot of asthma when I was younger, and it's always made my lungs weaker. So I've gotten bronchitis a few times. It's brutal, but it's not as bad. Hello there.
The North Korean government would like to congratulate the people of Myanmar for democratizing completely, or at least for now completely, and hopefully forever completely.
Thank you, Ambassador. We are surprised to hear this recognition for our democracy coming from North Korea, but given your recent attempts at reforms, we understand it.
Yeah. And we wish you the best. Anyway, I have some pilk to enjoy.
I would be careful of that, and as it can negatively impact your health, as we saw earlier.
Yes. I try to write long events now, and all I can think about is pilk, and I'm. I'll go.
For context, in the pre-game VC, which I wasn't streaming, there was a guy who turned on his video cam, and he literally just showed a video of him pouring Pepsi into milk and drinking it, and then him running into the bathroom and like he was puking apparently. The things you see in Hearts of Iron pre-lobby fucking VCs, man, it's always beautiful. It's just it's always fucking fantastic. You see some things that you never knew you didn't want to see. It's just beautiful. So yes. Anyway, there's some context.
Have a nice day.
You as well. Yeah, we are going to build a new capital, Dolphin, but we're not going to rush it. Like I said, the primary concerns of the key administration is securing foreign investment, dealing with the child soldier issue and the civil conflicts, as we do want to rebrand ourselves as a functioning democracy, even though we're not going to be, in order to secure investments and reach economic prosperity. Yeah, I know, Dolphin. It was nasty. Everyone was telling him not to do it. He still did it. Fucking children, man, I swear. Continue to subsidize reintegration programs. We are beginning to see a dramatic decrease in child recruitment levels here, which is exactly what we want. We'll write out a post about this in just a moment, but first I do want to approach the Chinese. So let me send a DM really quickly. Go up. It looked like there was going to be a civil war in the decision menu from your next faction. Yeah, we can reintegrate them, or we can civil war them. Okay. Where's China? Are they busy right now? Really or not?
congratulations on taking power in your people. We hope that you can bring these warlords or regional sectors under your control. Is there anything else we can help you with?
Thank you, Chairman. We are looking to deal with the child soldier crisis and the civil conflicts which the military has failed to solve for generations. We wanted to briefly approach China about the possibility of investment in Myanmar. As I'm sure you are aware, we have, again, this is a behind closed doors meeting. It's not like we're talking with Westerners, so we can be honest here. We have completely opened up our country to all forms of corporate investment with absolutely no restrictions on it. So anything that you do not feel willing to put upon your own citizens, we are happy to do in Myanmar, essentially, is what we are suggesting here.
Yes, we will be willingly, openly to invest, though we do detest some of the warlord states, some of the Shans, the Ketchian state.
We are looking to deal with it as soon as we have dealt with the child soldier crisis.
But
it is one of the number one issues on the agenda of the Democratic Front. I can promise you that, Chairman.
Yes, we will gladly. We already invested before, so we will invest. We will invest 5 into the central Burmese area.
Wonderful. That is greatly appreciated. Although, as you know, as a democracy, we do need to look like we are functioning and cooperating more with Western democracies. I want to make it very clear that both myself and my military counterparts are looking to establish a military and economic relationship with China, though I would like it to be primarily behind closed doors, unless you're opposed to this.
Nice. That is welcome to be behind closed doors. We don't mind that. I am used to people making deals with other people, but as you know, we are not on talking terms with the Americans after their rescinding of recognizing the Chinese as a nation.
We are aware of that situation, and as you know, we are going to be cooperating them, but that is primarily to secure their corporate investments, something I'm sure China can understand.
Yes, we do understand. We also hope if you ever need any military backing, we can always help you if negotiations with these. Well, once you've removed child soldiers, if they don't remove child soldiers, we are willing to support if negotiations break down in declaring them as terrorist states, if they continue to support.
We do expect the ability to cooperate with these regimes, but it will not be an easy one. And the path towards it is going to be very slow.
Yes. Is there anything else you wish to talk about?
That will be all, Chairman. I appreciate you for meeting with us, and we look forward to cooperating with the Chinese government going into the future.
Yes, we thank you as well.
Thank you. We're going to cooperate with really anyone. Again, it's really still like the military and the oligarchy working together, so they don't really have any actual ideological issues to stop them from cooperating with whoever will secure the most investment and allow for the most money to come into Myanmar. On the face of things, we are a reforming democracy attempting to enfranchise the people of our country, but in reality, we're just an oligarchy, a corporatist oligarchy, with a heavy amount of influence still from the military as well. Limited promotion of social liberties. While the military continued influence means we cannot pursue complete liberalization, we can still relax some of our harsher laws, which will get rid of some of the, I think, Western sanctions, which would be very useful to have done. Why is our PP gain so low? The Rohingya crisis, the political military. It's just all of our negative debuffs are screwing up our PP gain. We just have to reform. Hyper oligarch, hyper isolationist America. Maybe, we'll see. What's up, Solus? Any Japan games coming up where we can go an Abe path? Most likely not. We have a really big Millennium Dawn game starting next Saturday. It's going to be a tiered Millennium Dawn game, so that's with all our really good role players only. And I'm going to be playing China in it. I've been promising that China series for a while now. It was a sub goal, and I tried to start it in single player, and I just feel like it wasn't going to be frankly good enough. So I've waited, and we're going to do a tiered game of Millennium Dawn starting next Saturday, and I will be playing China for that. So we won't play Japan, but we will play China for that, which will be fun. That'll be a good game. That'll be a very good game. We've got all the good, really good role players coming out for that one. It's more efficient to do it this way, so we'll wait. Do you still have investment slots? Can you ask for even more? There's no limit on the amount of like forward investments into your own country, and we can't afford to invest in other countries due to our debt, which is really high. Our debt to GDP ratio is not the best right now. It's gotten better because of our rapid economic growth, and we are in a surplus, but we got to be very careful with this right now.
Mrs. Aung San Suu Kyi, am I right?
Yes, it is. Who am I speaking with?
This is Prime Minister Vajpayee. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you. I'm solely here to congratulate you on your bringing democracy back to Myanmar. As you know, as a democratic neighbor, I've been worried about the situations here.
Prime Minister Vajpayee, thank you for calling me up, and this congratulations. As one of the world's largest democracy, we are very happy to have your congratulations and hopefully your cooperation in the future.
I think our cooperation could be very easily achieved since now that each country has an amazing democracy. And well, just here really to congratulate you on bringing back democracy in Myanmar. As you know, the people have been oppressed for way too long, and it looks like that everything has returned to normal.
Indeed, we are going to be looking to build a truly democratic state here in Myanmar, one where economic progress is the prime goal of our government. I do have a question for you, Prime Minister. We were approached again by Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan regarding an economic and military cooperative sphere or something along those lines, and we haven't heard from India, and we are curious as to what's going on with that.
Yes, well, as you know, the deal, if you don't read it with the news, the deal has been made between India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. But may I reassure you that there's no military cooperation going on, as India would not like to pursue any military cooperations, or as France, in this current state of the world. The current state of the world is kind of unstable. Gladly like to stay out in any military cooperation. I do understand that India has said it was going to be a military cooperation, but I did make sure that the Himalayan economic cooperation is only and purely solely economically. No.
We were not aware of that. The way that Pakistan had been suggesting it to us is that it would be equally both military and economic, which is why we were very uncertain about joining such a proposal.
I did tell Pakistan that it would not be a military cooperation, but I don't think he really listened. But
Pakistan has always concerned the military more than their economics, as you very well know.
Since we have deals negotiating with well, I forgot. I'm trying to surprise it. I'm getting too old to remember what.
You've been in power for quite some time, Minister.
Yes, I definitely have. Prime Minister, correct?
Yes.
Prime Minister, President, Prime Minister. Wait, the Kashmir region. Thank you. The Kashmir region, and since then they have been really looking to increase their military. I don't know why, but it is what it is. But yeah, trust me, Mrs. Prime Minister, there's no military cooperation involved and India will definitely stay away from military cooperation unless it is really necessary.
In that case, we are willing to enter in talks with the Himalayan Economic Council in the future regarding potentially Myanmar's entering into it, if that is still an option, if it is an economic agreement primarily.
Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, to be honest, Sri Lanka has been taking the rails of this cooperation, and they have been really, really, really friendly and a really helpful country in this cooperation. Mr. Prime Minister Kumarato has been really helpful in this deal.
I'm not surprised. As fellow Buddhists, I'm sure that they are always concerned with prosperity over everything else and mindfulness.
Yes, they even wanted to give me a certain factory, even though I told them that their economy would not hold it. But they still tried.
An ambitious president there indeed.
Yes, I cannot deny that. A wonderful woman, to be honest. I heard people should be proud.
I'm sure they are. We will have to enter into
Yes.
talks with them as well. Is there anything else I can do for you, Prime Minister?
Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, as you know, you've been there for power for not that long, to be honest. But I do have a question.
Of course.
The deal between Thailand and Laos. As you know, Thailand is a really dear friend of mine. The king is a really dear friend of mine. His Royal Highness has always been supportful and helpful towards the Indian people and myself. As you know, Thailand and Laos has not been in terms nowadays, and Laos has made deals with the communists, which kind of sickens me, to be honest, as I'm a fellow conservative. What is your position in this unfortunate problem between Thailand and Laos?
I will be honest, I have been so focused on our domestic issues and securing international investment, which I haven't paid a lot of attention to the issue that I know has grown over there. So perhaps I am not the best person to discuss that with.
Well, it's because you are our neighbors and you do border both countries. But there's no
Indeed.
problem, Mrs. Prime. There's no problem. I will let you study the situation. But as you know, we need answers from our neighbors, especially a neighbor that hasn't had the best track record in years so far, ma'am, as you know. But
Indeed, you're referring, of course, to the past administration's policies.
Unfortunately, yes.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, but I do respect your decision to stay neutral. If you do stay neutral, we are not asking any countries to go into.
Unless there is a very extreme situation in our border, outside our borders, Myanmar has so many domestic issues to deal with that we could not begin to justify entering into outside conflicts.
I do thoroughly understand, ma'am. I do understand your problems, and India does sympathize with your problems. If you need any help, especially since our new neighbors are democratic, definitely help you. India has plenty of resources to help neighboring countries that do need help.
As ever, we are looking for investment, so if any Indian corporations are looking for easy and expedited investment throughout Asia, we would ask that you always consider Myanmar as a possibility. As your word, of course, holds much weight in your own economic community.
Gladly, there's an investment for you offer. Did it arrive your table?
Thank you, Prime Minister. As always, you are generous and a good partner to our people, and a supporter of democracy.
The Indian people are generous, and I just do what the Indian people tell me to do.
Of course, I understand.
Thank you for this amazing talk, and thank you for clearing your mind about the Laos and the Thailand problem. As you know, I'm very worried for Thailand.
I understand, Prime Minister.
Yes, well, I'll be returning back to New Delhi, but thank you very much for this.
Thank you for your time, Prime Minister. It was good to speak with you.
It's been good to speak with you too.
We have a very strong military, so we'll go for those, and we will get a chief of the army soon as well. Probably a reformer. We'll go among a, because there is like the new sort of generation of military leadership that we are cooperating with, not the old one after we ousted them. So I think that would make a lot of sense. We have a very friendly India, like I said before, in to almost all international bodies, at least broadly speaking, we appear to be a democratic reformer. The game speed is really fucking slow. I don't know what is causing that. I think is someone lagging the game? Nope, just really slow. You added Kazakhstan to the USSRP. Oh, Jesus. Pakistan haven't won a single war since its establishment, not for lack of trying. Yeah, they always try and get one over on the Indians and then they lose. So, it's always funny in a haha, this could end a nuclear war kind of way. It's a purely RP aspect of the game instead of actually annexing them. They're on the RP and follow the central government. Our economies and armies are connected through the central government investments and guarantees that Soviet money is their money. Interesting. Yeah, when Bangladesh declared independence. Though to be fair, Condor, they did have literally India supporting them, so, you know, kind of understandable on that account. We're waiting for 100, so we can go ahead and do that. It'll take a lot of political power to remove the remaining child soldiers. We'll do a post about this moment. Haven't want to hear the story of the only head of state visit of Pakistan to Israel? Hilarious story. Yeah, go for it. Nice. Oh yeah, Schlob. We'll go ahead and make a post about the child soldiers. In uno momento. Policy of a new regime. In Myanmar, spelled that wrong. The new government wave of support has allowed much that was once impossible to become a realistic policy goal. The new president, Aung San Suu Kyi, has prioritized economic expansion and investment of foremost priority. Secondary is the sad and complex issue of child soldiers. Over the last decades, and the active ignoring, if not promotion, of the military, it became commonplace for children to be involved in the many civil conflicts which are still ongoing. This has created both a moral and diplomatic crisis, as many Western nations can ignore a lack of democratic ideals and no social freedoms, but something so publicly dangerous is different. Got a little spell check. Despite a growing interest in the international community as Myanmar for the potential of rapid and unchecked economic investment, the public or publicity issue of child soldiers hinders talks constantly with every government and Western corporation. The subject is brought up, and despite promises of reforms, he finds herself often being unable to convince the West of her good intentions. As such, it is quickly becoming her government's number one priority to end this crisis once and for all. Mandatory education and harsh penalties. I'll read that in just a moment, Connor. Penalties, leave it for bits, for anyone recruiting, including death, have been implemented. However, something like this does not happen overnight, and progress is slow. Growling interest. Nice. The spell check in Discord is so fucking trash, though. Alright, 1 second. Okay. Alright, cool. We're gonna work on that. We will go for accept the rule of the Tet Madao now. We owe a lot to the Tet Madao, and require its continued help with Myanmar's security issues. We should learn to rule alongside them, so we're gonna cooperate with the military. That's what that means. What's up, Denise? So basically, a past prime minister already executed because that's how Pakistan treats its prime ministers. Jesus, wanted to visit Gaza. Now, Pakistan pretended Israel doesn't exist, so she didn't bother asking Israel for permission and got arrested. After a conversation, the Israeli Foreign Ministry described her as a rude and poorly mannered woman. She got yeeted in Pakistan soon after. Jesus fucking Christ, that's hardcore. Told the only visit of Pakistani prime minister to Israel. Sounds like a, absolute fucking shit show. Condor, but no surprises. We and Iran are best friends right now. Russia and Iran have always been very close. Well, not always, but in recent memory. Let's go ahead and crack down on child soldiers again. We're just going to keep saving up to 100 political power. Oh, we still got less. Wow. This will give us stability, and the military will like us more. I did a poll last time to see how we deal with the rebels, and we're going to fight them. So we're going to crush the rebel groups, so we'll go down that path with the military. I was with my mother since Monday. Sorry I wasn't active. No, you're fine, Denise. Don't worry about it, man. How if you noticed stream, you will see that I play Hoi 4. Got the basics of it. Condor, you're actually playing Hoi 4? I am fucking shocked. You're normally such an EU4 purist. So we are going to have to fight these states. I'll write up a post for that in a little bit, but we'll do that after we reintegrate the military properly. Continued reintegration process of the child soldiers. Managed to get my ass beat as Turkey by Britain, France, and Bulgaria and get into a minor war against England. Are you playing vanilla or what are you playing, Connor? Conquer the world with Bhutan. Road to 56 tree, I assume, Denise. This will put us down to 23,000. So we need to do it 5 more times. We need to put basically another 500 political power to get rid of child soldiers. Jesus Christ. To be fair, it is a massive issue, especially in 2000, so that's understandable, but still. Unfortunate. We need to get to minor power, too. Korean arms companies offer products. What do we need? APCs and tanks. We'll purchase their tanks then. Because you just can't do that in Hoi, my man. You can do it as Nepal, but probably not with Bhutan with no manpower.
Mrs. Aung Ki, this is an envoy of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Are you able to speak right now?
Greetings. Yes, I am.
Good day. I come here with grim news. The problem is I have heard like rumors that Thailand now wants to enlarge the military operation in Laos. And I just wanted to ask if Myanmar could also be maybe a mediator in this crisis. The problem is that Vietnam, my country, and Laos have signed a peace treaty that, well, entails that Vietnam is guaranteeing a Laos, and that would put direct conflict between Thailand and Vietnam, if it comes to that.
I do not frankly understand why this conflict has gotten so intense. And why your governments are continuing to perpetrate the dangerous situation that has developed here.
It is because the Thai king is quite unreasonable. He is pushing for his demands.
It seems to me that there is an attempt to take territorial sovereignty of Laos, which is frankly unacceptable.
I understand, yes. Though you have to understand that the Vietnamese police action was done in a manner that to just protect Vietnam. The Thai police action, or the Thai declaration of war that he threatens, is actually threatening the whole of Laos.
I'm gonna be quite honest here. You are taking actions which I assume you are doing for what you view as the benefit of your own security. However, your gaining of nuclear weapons is unacceptable in the eyes of both myself and the military of Myanmar. And in addition, the forced occupation of Laos that you've perpetrated is a dangerous situation. Is there a path here where we could have both Thailand and Vietnam stand down and withdraw their forces and their security actions from Laos?
Yes, I think the path will be... The Thai king is... I have to tell you, the Thai king is quite a proud person. I think the only way is to really mediate the situation, and I think a third party that is neutral would be needed here. I don't think that Vietnam and Laos and Thailand can mediate this by themselves.
We'd be happy to host peace talks in Yangon in our capital for all the relevant nations.
Mm-hmm. We would appreciate this. This is not the only reason I came here, though, Mrs. Aung Ki. As we see your development, Vietnam is willing to give you some investments into your country if you're interested.
We would be very interested in it, but if you truly do wish us to mediate this conflict, we will have to wait till after to do such a thing, as we would want to look to be impartial in our mediation. But we do thank you for your offer, and we'd be happy to do so in the future.
All right. Then I thank Myanmar for its dedication to solving this conflict. And
perhaps a meeting on January 1st of 2004. The new year is always a good time for new beginnings, don't you think?
Yep, I agree.
Wonderful. If you would be able to contact their governments, we'd appreciate greatly, as I need to go take a piss.
Okay, I will do that.
Wonderful. We will see you in Yangon shortly.
Have a nice day and have a good piss.
Doing paratroopers on AI is funny. AI doesn't know how to deal with paratroopers. Like, at all. The AI is just not coded for it. They will just lose their goddamn minds. Man, I made spaghetti last night and I have leftovers today. And I'm just thinking about it way too much right now. Yeah. I want that fucking spaghetti. How's it going, Flood Monsieur? How are you doing? Continued industrial projects, we'll do that as well. And industrial complexes. Just to exacerbate really quick economic growth in Myanmar. Probably dangerously fast, but that's fine. I think I built too many railroads and supply depots. I also use planes for supplies. Anything else I should try? A good rail network should do all the supply you need. You should only really need supply planes if you're fighting a war in territory where they have really shitty fucking supply lines, so. Denise, don't talk about food. I'm fucking hungry and I want my spaghetti, and I can't eat it for 2.5 hours. No, 3 hours. Ugh, fuck. Fucking tragedy. I could take a spaghetti break, but I'm not gonna do that. I could be like Tommy K and eat some spaghetti while playing. Would you guys like to hear some spaghetti eating ASMR while watching a Myanmar roleplay? Okay. Yeah, that's the correct answer. What's up, Princess? How you doing? You're still doing an 800 calorie diet? No, I kind of stopped it for a bit. I lost a lot of weight. I lost a grand total of 40 pounds, but on this cycle of my diet, I think around 20 something. So I'm kind of where I want to be. I want to lose a little bit more, but I'm not in a rush for it anymore. So kind of mostly happy. You can mute yourself. That is true, Solus. Nothing much. I feel it. But yeah, no, I lost a lot of weight. I'm in the 220s right now, which is where I like to be. When I lose enough weight, I get really skinny, and I don't like how I look. Like, really, really skinny. I have a huge fucking torso, so like when I get skinny, I look so fucking weird. Like I just look so, I don't know. I don't like it. So I like to be around like 200 to 220. That's like my optimal range with some muscle. I got my license again, so I'm going back to the gym really heavily, which will be good. It'd be good. Get my muscles back fully, you know. It's not that I'm really hungry, Joey. It's just that I really want that spaghetti sauce I made last night that came out so fucking good. That's the crux of the issue, I'm gonna be honest. 1 second. It was a good spaghetti sauce. Fucking good. Has he roleplayed that? I swear to fucking God, a Schlubb's map painting. Ah, yes he did. Okay, cool. What am I renaming, Jacob? The UBS Moon in Detail? It's an interesting ship name. What's up, Scythe? Watching it from a gas station monitor. A gas station monitor? You know, Jay one time literally played me on the speakers at a gas station when he was listening to me stream, so, fuck yeah. I'm hitting my life goals here. Alright, ship renamed. I am 6'2", Denise. I don't know what that is in European, but 6'2". Tall, but not ridiculously tall. Alright, so we will have those peace talks pretty soon. Okay, we have formally accepted the role of the Tat Madao, so I'm going to do a roleplay statement suggesting that basically we're formally cooperating with the military again. Next thing is the PR issue. Suppress the negative coverage of the military. While liberalization has occurred, the military can only tolerate so much open criticism from journalists. We should silence or at least muffle the voices of those who provoke the Tad Madao's wrath. Democratic reform is successful. You know how a lot of pumps have screams? I hacksorted it. That's very strange, but I'll take it. Alright, we're gonna write out a post here.
Okay. Sorry about that. I had a phone call from.
Hello there.
Hello. We want to congratulate you on your move towards democracy and your stance against child soldier.
Thank you. It is one of the pinnacle issues of Myanmar, both as a moral one and an economic one. So we are doing everything we can to resolve this deep and heartfelt issue of our nation.
And I am aware that you are also hosting peace talks between Laos and Vietnam, and that's very impressive.
We are. That situation is a very disappointing one. And with active conflicts with our neighbors and our Asian partners, we will all be hurt for it. So hopefully when we meet in Yangon in several months, we will be able to move forward somewhat on that.
And I don't know if our Korean defense companies reached out to you.
We did, and we did purchase several new models of Korean tanks, which we appreciate your government being willing to expedite greatly.
Yes, we are really trying to boost the Asian alliance and the importance of working together in unison. The issue that I came with you today is I want to talk to you about rekindling the organization of Asia. I know it had some rocky starts a couple years ago.
Asian has definitely had, I think, a bit of an identity crisis in recent years, considering the more highliner stance we're starting to see from nations like Vietnam and Thailand.
And
what are you proposing exactly?
What I'm proposing is I had been talking with the King of Thailand as well as Vietnam, a few other nations here and there, and we are looking at re-establishing a stronger connection between our nations economically, politically, militarily, especially with the aggressions of Japan's stance on recolonizing Korea.
Indeed, the actions we're seeing from Japan are frankly horrifying and unacceptable, and I'm surprised that the U.S. is not taking a much heavier hand in that crisis.
I do believe that America, the U.S., has a disbelief that that is actually happening, much as I did too. The situation escalated quickly as the ambassadors from Laos, Japan, and the Communist Party of Korea came busting into the diplomats' office and yelling at each other.
I have a question. How long until hot join?
Whenever it's a game, you can go ahead and ask the host about that.
I don't know where the host is.
He's got it in his name. Yeah, he's up in channel number 4.
Thank you.
I do apologize. What were you saying?
The ambassadors of Japan, North Korea, and Laos came barging into the office of the Minister of Defense of South Korea, yelling at each other, accusing each other of invasion plans, and that's when Japan...
Rather dramatic, don't you think?
Yes, well, because North Korea and Japan got caught talking about invasion plans of South Korea.
Ah.
And
disappointing,
so
considering the attempts at rapprochement we've had from North Korea.
I am quite sure that it was more of a Japan thing than a North Korea.
Mm.
And so Japan finally admitted that they wish to re-see colonization of the Korean Peninsula.
Like I said before, I hope as soon as America is convinced of the validity of this situation that they will take necessary action, as I think history shows well what happens when Japan takes on colonial ambitions.
Yes, we felt that quite hard.
Well, that is disturbing, and of course, Myanmar, as a developing democracy, will do everything we can to diplomatically put pressure upon Tokyo, though if they truly have their mind set on it, I think the only ones able to stop that are either China or the US.
I do agree. With that said, we wish to have you support obviously there are benefits. We will invest heavily into Myanmar and moving forward, especially if we are to rekindle the flames of a economic
Which would be centered entirely around South Korean Asian cooperation.
correct, yes.
We have absolutely no issues with that and would fully agree, as we do already see South Korea as a economic partner of the new Myanmar government.
In doing so, we would like to invest 6 civilian factories into Myanmar. Is there a location that you have?
Yes, considering the slew of new investments we've received in the South, we would suggest that you invest in Upper Burma.
Perfect. We will send over our Korean investor.
You are very, very kind to do so, and always we make it very clear that there are no restrictions upon that which your corporations wish to do in this country.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so Japan's going nationalist. It's a non-tiered game. Someone has to go fucking tee-hee funny fascist route, so it was Japan. What's up, Better? How you doing? Game controller's the person who basically makes sure the game's running smoothly. They're the one that deals with, like, issues with, like, rule breaks, people role-playing poorly. They also have executive power to just... Is that Testudo? Hey, give it a follow. True Testudo. Is that Testudo? Oh my god. You fucking legend. This man has made some fantastic fucking music. I'm a huge fan. Love your stuff, man. Goddamn. I unironically listen to those songs even when I'm not playing Millennium Dawn, so hell yeah, man. Love the music. Hello there.
This is the president of Kazakhstan.
Ah, greetings. Welcome to Myanmar. What can I do for you, President Medinov?
Yes, as you remember, last time our previous leader said that we worked with you. So, as we said, we would like to continue our work.
We had I like to think, a fairly good relationship with the previous administration in Kazakhstan. Though before we can agree to any new cooperation, we would like to ask as to the nature of your new cooperation agreement with the Soviet Union.
Oh, our reasoning. Yes, we decided that we had a vote in the country and we decided to join the Soviet Union. We had some conditions for the Soviets, of course, but we see as them not as a threat and we see them as brothers. As we had a giant election as well at the meantime, and we went for environment, and we made a collaboration with the Communist Party.
Are you still autonomous outside of the Soviet Union, or how exactly? I'm just trying to understand the nature of how I'm going to be negotiating with you and your government. I'm not too sure.
If I remember, we could invest in such, but like Moscow is the first government that controls us. We have a bit of autonomy, but not fully. But we can we could invest some into countries and stuff, and they can invest in us.
I will say that we haven't conducted formal negotiations with Zyuganov and the Soviet administration, so that does make us a little bit worried about personally dealing with you. But since we have great respect for the Kazakhstani people and their investments in the early days of my country were very beneficial in the new regime, we would be open to discussions. What exactly are you looking for here?
We'd like to help out. That's as simple. We want to help out your crisis as we had before in the 90s after the Soviet Union collapsed. That's all.
Our economic crisis or our civil crisis?
Economic, I would say, because
you're...
So is it okay that we invest?
Absolutely. We do not limit investment based on ideology, and Myanmar is open to any and all investment, as we do seek to brand ourselves as one of the next generation of Asian tigers. So yes, we would be fully in agreement over this.
Alright, where would you like to be invested in?
If you can invest into Upper Burma, we would be greatly appreciated, as we are attempting to industrialize the northern regions.
Upper Burma. Okay, sounds good to me. I shall send a request now.
Thank you very much. We are very appreciative of your government's continuing willingness to work with our government despite your newfound relationship with the Soviet Union.
Yes, we did what the people wanted, and the people picked to join back. So,
I understand. And you are but a servant of the people, of course.
yes. But thank you. Hopefully everything goes well in Myanmar. We see good intentions to work again.
As with you, we hope that in the future we can have proper talks with the Soviet administration. Perhaps you yourself could make the introductions when we have the availability to do so.
All right, thank you. I shall go now.
Thank you. Doing all right. My friends and I are attempting to prep our D&D. Oh, what did I just do to the chat? There we go. Not nearly as good as what you use for your games. No, that's fine, man. I mean, D&D is all about the roleplay. It's all that matters. But yeah, Testudo, if you're still here, man, fucking love your music, man. What's Crisis? Always indicates how great it's going. Yeah, true. What's up, Coco? My God, Samel. I don't even think I have 200 hours. We're gonna do the next hot join in 40 minutes. Well, we'll do it at 2:45. 1900 hours and all the achievements. Bitter, you actually got all the Hoy achievements? Wow, damn. No, that's how it is. That's how it's always gonna be. That will never change. Our political power growth is so slow. We need to be able to just continue to demobilize the child soldier crisis, but not easy. We have another 4 to go. What's a Rampant Rabbit? I've got 1,012 hours played and have 0 achievements. Fucking based. Only multiplayer, I'm guessing, Rabbit. Still here? Gotta go for dinner soon, but thanks for your support. Loving the contest we'll make. Glad you enjoy it, dude. I heard you before you go, if you have a minute. I heard you might be making more music in the future. Is that true at all? Because I don't know if I heard a rumor that there might be more music, and I was excited. I don't if you can confirm or deny that, but that's the rumor that I heard, which was pretty exciting. Mods not historical. It is true. Oh fuck yeah, cool man. All right, that's gonna be good. Holy shit, hell yeah. For those who don't know this man's music, I'm gonna go ahead and link his channel really quickly because this dude is a legend. He made the soundtrack for Millennium Dawn, and it's fantastic. It is really good. If you're ever listening to like the Millennium Dawn like music, you'll hear it. But yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. Though whenever that one song comes on with the Hitler speech, I always have to explain to people that I'm not a white nationalist, so that's always fun. But you know, beyond that. He's puppeted the warlords and annexing, I think. We're gonna go to war. I did a poll last time to decide how we wanted to deal with it, so. I think. There's not really any other way to get political power. I don't think our focus is given any. Rohingya crisis, if we reignite that, we could potentially deal with it. Nope. Alright, it's just gonna be very slow going. That's fine. Yeah, of course, dude. Absolutely. Love that shit. I only play on Modded and Iron Man because the achievements got me a goal to reach for. That's fair. You do get like that little bit of like dopamine when you complete an achievement, you know? And if it's hard enough, it is definitely like really, it's a nice feeling. But then like a week goes by and you think, man, I spent 8 hours getting a worthless achievement in this video game. And then you're like, I don't know. Oh, I don't know about that. I go back and forth on whether I want to do achievements, and usually I don't. Yeah, no, don't mute the Hoy music. Well, Hoy music's mediocre. The Millennium Dawn music's the good shit. I gotta figure out what to do next, but I first need to learn how to play with a broken hand using a mouse. Yeah, better. How's your recovery looking on that, man? How long do you think until you get like full motor movement back on it? 1,200 hours, 7 achievements. Fuck yeah. How many do I have? I did actually go after a couple of the hard ones, I remember. I did a few of the hard ones, because they were kind of fun. I did the Romanov's Last Laugh. I did Crusader Kings 3. I did Bad Romance. That took me like 30 hours. But we're putting the band back together, A New Home in the Revolution. I got those. But I have, let's see, I have 2,400 hours in Hoi 4 now, and I have 40 achievements, which is reasonable. Most of them are the hardest to get to, besides like Siberian Tiger. So, you know, there's that. Which is nice. When this is done, we're going to start the next focus for it, and we're going to write out a post talking about how the military is basically still hugely in power in our country, and the government is now actively looking to work with them, which is kind of going to be probably very disappointing to our people, but for the most part, I think the international community will not care, which is what we're kind of betting on here. Crush the rebel groups. To establish unity of our nation, we need a series of decisive, well-organized campaigns to wipe out these so-called liberated areas one by one. So we're going to go to the military path. Time to write out a post. I think we have time, right? No, we don't. We have 8 days. All right, I'll have to make this quick. Speed run writing. Let's do this. Myanmar looks to the past. In what many in our country are calling a huge setback for democracy. It has been announced that President Key has placed several members of the military on her advisement staff, as well as in key government positions, months after the dramatic and emotional reforms instituted. The more cynical members of the new parliament suggest that these actions take away the people's still minor power and place it back in the old hands that guided it. Whether or not Myanmar actually seeks democratic reform is not as certain as it once was. President Key, in a speech, made it clear that this was only to keep the peace and stability between the Democratic Front and the military. In addition, the president suggested that there have been a growing number of coordinated attacks by the break-off groups in the north and east, working together to push back what she claims is a weakened military. Spell check time. The child soldier crisis is making major progress, as well as a massive, unprecedented level of capital flow from foreign investment. International bodies are worried, but with President Key still with the reins, it's business as usual. Alright, 1 second. You said 2 weeks ago that you would hire an artist to make proper channel emotes. What happened to that? I still plan on doing it, but I gotta wait till I go back to work. I am broke as shit right now. I'm going to be completely honest with you. So I am going to start to work again, which is why I won't be streaming as much, probably starting in a week or two. But I will also have the money to do for things like that. So yes, that will be happening. I have looked at a couple. I found a couple emote makers on Fiverr that I do want to work with, as well as one I want to do like rebrand some of my channel stuff too. So I have done the legwork for it, but now I just need the money. So be working on that. Okay, we'll go for this.
Hello, I've heard that the peace talks will be here in Yangon.
Yes, true? Just one moment. Let me finish this writing.
Hello.
The Vice President of USA is coming in for this as well.
Yeah, also the leader of the Soviet Union.
Excuse me, I was not informed that the United States will be here as well.
You weren't informed the Soviet Union would come.
Requested by the Laos government, and yeah, we were not informed that the Soviet Union would be attending either.
They were not formally invited to Yangon, as it is the Myanmar government that is hosting these peace talks. We do not wish to offend the Soviet Union, but let me reiterate, you were not formally invited to this meeting. So I suppose it will be up to the representatives from Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand as to whether they wish you to attend or not.
I support them attending.
I have nothing against the Soviet Union here.
I wish.
India was requested by me.
I also have nothing. Also nothing against them to be here.
Wonderful.
Present.
Then we don't have an issue, I believe. First off, is everyone here at this meeting who planned on attending?
No, the Soviet Union is just a channel below me. I will tell them.
Wonderful. Let's make sure we get everyone here who we wished, and then we can get things underway. Drinks will be served, and we will be having dinner shortly. I'm sure you all will enjoy the absolutely fantastic cooking we have from one of our Michelin star chefs here who have been flown in from abroad for this meeting.
Of course. It's delicious.
Wonderful. I see that the Soviet Union has arrived as well. We can go ahead and finish eating here and begin talks in one of our diplomatic
Where's India
rooms.
here?
India was requested by me. I hope that you don't have a problem.
As a good friend of the Myanmar government, we also have no issue with this.
Vietnam is against this.
Then I will end these talks. I will not talk without India.
Hold on. One moment. You're in my house, so you will listen. Hold on. Vietnam, I think it is entirely unreasonable that India, which is a good partner of the ASEAN and the gathered countries here, is not allowed to attend. When you approached us wishing for these peace talks, you placed your trust in myself and my government. And India is one of our best partners and good friends. They wish only the best out of the situation. I must question why you would not wish for these peace talks to go ahead.
Because Vietnam, because India actually conducted military exercises with Thailand, and we see that as a threat.
And you did counter exercises.
Mr. President.
Well, are we not? Hold on. What the President, Prime Minister Vajpayee, I have great respect for you, but if you will give me just a moment here, President Long, I would ask you to consider why we are here. Are we not here to deal with the rising tensions we have in these countries, including Laos and other nations? You yourself have developed nuclear weapons, which is a more great threat than any military exercises could ever be. If the gathered nations can forgive you for those actions, why will you not be willing to forgive Thailand and India for simply cooperating with some military exercises?
For the sake of this summit, we will agree.
Wonderful. I am very glad to hear that, in case we were happy to have India at this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here for one simple reason, which is to secure a prosperous and peaceful future for Southeast countries and for the ASEAN bloc, as well as our international partners and allies. There have been a lot of very dangerous actions coming from all of our neighbors, which I think have exacerbated issues that are happening needlessly. I would remind everyone gathered here that there are many dangerous foes outside that we are seeing in Asia developing, who do not even need to be mentioned to be suggested, that are of a much higher priority. So I would ask everyone gathered here to be civil and to seek for cooperation and for a peaceful future. I'd like to start by offering the Minister of Laos to speak first, as it is your nation that has been so heavily concentrated in all of these recent issues.
We have, for no reason here, been attacked by the Thai people, and we still don't see the reason behind it, except that they are demanding control over northern Laos.
I do believe they already control northern Laos. Is there something else that you're referring to?
I believe
Oh, no,
we are
I
the
see.
tower in
Yes,
Laos.
I do see. Never mind. That is a very strange proposal for Thailand to be making. We didn't like to invite the King of Thailand to speak now.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation and organizing everything. I would like to say that
Thanks to Studio. See you around, man.
we need to talk about the main reason why we kind of demanded this area. The main reason was because we got from a variety of nations the information that Laos tries to attack both Thailand and Vietnam, but yeah, the Vietnam issue is gone now because they have a peace treaty. But the issue with Thailand is not gone because Laos never accepted the peace treaty from us. We offered you several times a peace treaty, but you always wished for war, Mr. Prime Minister.
Is it not the case, though, that that peace treaty that you proposed would allow the Thai government to have broad authorities militarily over the Laos region?
Only over the northern Laos region.
So you are basically asking to be able to occupy a region that you are making claims on in exchange for a peace treaty. That seems to be very one-sided from an outside perspective.
No claims. No claims.
Call it what you like.
Just...
It is still the same.
No, because we won't annex it for every, for the rest of our country's life. We would only occupy it for a, amount of time that we would talk in the peace treaties.
You're still asking to occupy a nation which is felt very threatening by you. You could, I think, see it to be very, perhaps at the very least, dangerous, if not unreasonable, to suggest such a thing. That would be the same as if Laos suggested that in order for things to calm down, that they would be able to militarily occupy the northern Thai region, which I'm sure you would never allow.
Of course I would not. But
so why is it any different for you to do it to the Lao people?
They want to completely destroy our nation, and we just want to oversee this area. That's the difference.
This seems as though you are suggesting that your perspective is the only valid one here, which I think has caused a lot of issue and growing tensions with both yourself, Laos, Vietnam, and other countries outside of this. I understand that you're a very proud nation, and you are worrying for your security concerns here. But perhaps in these discussions today, we could suggest a deal and a treaty that does not require something so insulting, if not egregious, to the people of Laos. There are more than just you negotiating now, and there are other actors who would be happy to ensure that things are done in a reasonable manner here.
As long as the deal is not humiliating to Thailand nor to India's point of view, I believe we can work something out.
Perhaps an international Asian coalition-led effort to ensure that the border regions are properly accounted for and that there are no hostile actions taken from the Laos people to possibly aggress against the Thai people, which would be done with non-Thai forces so as to ensure that there is no fear by the Laos people that this will be used as an opportune time to take action against them.
It's quite insulting that our own soldiers cannot be stationed on our borders.
Well, let me ask you a question. What about Indian troops? You have a great respect for the Indian Prime Minister Vajpayee, yes?
Yes, I have.
And you respect the Indians as good friends of the Thai people, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So would it not then be reasonable for us to allow an Indian peacekeeping force to guard the border region between your two groups, since you trust them so much, and would not want to insult them by suggesting that this would not be agreeable?
May I understand this? Are we in a court or in a peace deal? This Prime Minister. It does sound like we're in a court, like children. I believe we're here to make peace talks and make deals, not ask one other country to get its military, its own people, and put it in another country. I will do it for Thailand, of course, but I don't think it should start from you. I don't think it should leave your mouth. I believe you should take back what you said. I'm not gonna send my military because you have said that I should. I believe Thailand should request that.
Of course,
but is India not concerned with like de-escalating this crisis? I thought India wished to be a partner of Asian.
But I also do understand that a nuclear threat is also something that we should also be talking about. Not why Thailand.
We can discuss the nuclear issue of Vietnam. I am all for that as well, as I view it to be concerning. But we are explicitly trying to de-escalate the crisis between Laos and Thailand right now. And although I have great respect for you, Prime Minister, I would ask for us to be able to address this topic before we move on to the nuclear one. Is this reasonable?
I do believe that the nuclear threat is something far more worse.
I agree too, but let's get to that in a moment. Can we agree to at least solve this issue, or try to, before we move on to another one?
Of course.
Good, I am very glad to hear that, Prime Minister Vajpayee. In that case, I would ask you, would you not be willing to assist the Asian members which you wish to cooperate with in Myanmar, who is overseeing these talks and does not wish to see a crisis on her borders?
I will gladly help, as long as Thailand allows it.
Can I comment something, please? I mean, Myanmar is concerned about crisis on their borders, but you had several crises on our borders as well with this rebellious states and with the actions that you did against all of them, and we never
King
talked
Adela
in such a way
Yadish,
against
I would ask you to
actions.
not start questioning the validity of Myanmar, which has simply been asked here to oversee this issue to de-escalate. We fully state that we have many civil issues we are not proud of, but we are doing everything we can to try and solve them. I would ask you not to simply put blame upon Myanmar. I am here only at the request of these nations today to try and make sure that we can de-escalate this crisis. I find this frankly to be disappointing that you would try and turn this on me.
Alright, we do believe. I don't think it's down to time of questioning the country's problems. I think now is the time we should start actually talking about
Might I interject
here. Yes, Mr. Vice President, it's all yours now.
I believe that we should actually start getting to the terms of peace in the southeast region, Asian region. And I believe the first step in doing so would be for Laos, Vietnam, and Thailand, and potentially even Myanmar, to sign a joint non-aggression pact agreement where all parties involved agree to withdraw their militaries from each other's borders or contested regions, and we can work to resolve from there.
Myanmar would agree to these terms?
Would it be affecting my peace treaty with Laos, that we are allowed to be in southern Laos?
Since it is a treaty signed by the Lao government, no, it would not affect that.
Then Vietnam would agree to this.
I have a little complaint here about the withdrawing the forces from the border, as our capital is rather close to the Thai border, and we do not want to leave it unprotected.
Yes, but if you agree to this, though, the Thai military will be nowhere near your capital.
I want to add something, if I could offer, actually. What do you think about demilitarization of both of our borders?
I will not. I can demilitarize everything but the capital. I will not demilitarize the capital under any conditions.
That's a reasonable request.
But we have plenty of big cities, like Udon Thani is a very big city.
It's not your capital, though, is it? Would you agree to demilitarize Bangkok if it was on the border with Laos?
Of course, because the Thai army is capable of move fast.
How about we make a compromise? Vientiane is not militarized, but Udon Thani is also not militarized.
I will not pull forces out of the capital. But I can agree on a deal where they get to militarize Udon Thani, as long as it's no aggressive moves are shown.
And you will keep your military in your capital?
This makes no sense.
Why does it make no sense? That's where governmental buildings are. If the capital were to ever be taken for any reason, it would have to be the collapse of their country. To not have troops in your capital is an insult.
They don't have any troops on the border, so why should he protect the city, his capital?
I believe we should all understand that the capital of Laos is in the border, shares border with Thailand, so I do believe that it would be just as fair to keep Udon Thani militarized. I believe it is very fair.
No. Regardless of the capital's location, here in the United States, we have a very militarized capital. Our capital is very well defended, and that is commonplace in many countries around the world. And to say that Laos is not entitled to that right is hypocritical.
I have another great offer. Excuse me.
Alright.
can I speak? Yes. I would say then that we both demilitarize the border, but Indian troops can station some troops in Vientiane, in your capital.
I will not pull troops out of Vientiane.
So I also propose Vietnamese troops in Vientiane.
Vietnam does not need troops in Laos. That is a non-starter.
That would escalate things.
I believe that the offer that Udon Thani and Vientiane should be militarized, and only these two cities. And
to demilitarize the whole border and place it only in that area would be a good start to peaceful negotiations.
I believe there should be only these two areas that should be militarized, and I believe it is a fair offer, and I believe that the government of Laos and the government of the government of Vietnam should also accept. I believe that it is a really
the primary nation that would need to agree to these terms would be Laos. So what are the thoughts on President Van Singh?
I would be fine as long as all troops stay in Udon Thani and no other place on the border.
Wonderful. Then we have a step towards de-escalation here.
Indeed.
Okay.
We are demilitarizing the border.
And we'd also like to suggest a formal non-aggression treaty being signed between Laos and Thailand, as the American delegate has suggested, as I think that would be another good step to de-escalate the situation.
This would be agreeable.
Your Highness, will you agree with that?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Vietnam will also sign a non-aggression treaty with Laos.
We have.
And what's with Thailand?
And a non-aggression treaty between Vietnam and Thailand would go a long way.
We agree to this, and the offer is signed right now.
Yep.
Good.
That sounds wonderful. That actually is wonderful. Wonderful news.
It's a great day for peace, gentlemen.
Yes, it is.
And lady. Apologies. Unkind.
I'm used to it. I come from a land where the military is in power.
Of course, I've noticed all these posters with these military men everywhere. It's new.
It's we have a very complicated country. You know this very well.
Oh, I understand.
We should be proud of the history of Myanmar.
Of course we are proud. Complicated is not a negative thing.
Of course. Anyway, I think you did a great job in, offering a peace talk here. I would thank you for your work.
We are glad that you all were reasonable here today in Yangon, but at the request of India and out of Myanmar's own concern, we would like to broach one last topic, which is the nuclear issue that Vietnam has made relevant to the Asian countries.
I would like to speak on it. I do understand that I have spoken to Vietnam before this peace treaty about the nuclear threats.
I think it a bit's morally unacceptable. Appreciate it, man.
And Vietnam has given me a reason, and I thoroughly understand the reason. I still think that it should be brought up. I should be brought up to the peace treaty, and I think that we should thoroughly talk about its second time that Vietnam has threatened the country with
nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not the first time, and they are ready to actually use them.
Definitely.
This is again slander coming from the King of Thailand.
Trang Duc Long, at least my people voted for me and love me.
My people also voted for me. We kicked out the Americans and the Chinese a long time ago. Our people voted for our party. But anyway,
would they do this today again, Mr. Trang Duc Long?
They would.
Of course.
Please refrain from insulting each other. Let us get this done with.
Yes. So Vietnam justifies its nuclear program with the threat of China and the now arising issues with Thailand, as we are militarily conventional weaker than China into Thailand, and therefore we need to ensure our safety with other means, unconventional means.
Can you say, or can you show or tell us what the newest threat from China or Thailand was actually?
Maybe you'd also be interested in hearing what this is.
Which would justify nuclear weapons.
Well, the first threat was coming from China before the Spratly issue was resolved. And as you may know, China is something that a nation that we do not trust. We have not that good friendly relations to China, and now Thailand being also very aggressive and being changing its tone to us is also very concerning. Both are countries that have a better capability, military capability in a conventional way. The only way to counter this for Vietnam is to have unconventional counterforce to this, which would be nuclear weapons.
I would like to respond to this since I was affected in his talkings. Mr. Trang Duc Long, I don't know in what way we threatened Vietnam. I mean, we had great relations and I was very proud of these relations. We tried to bring several important steps into the Asian meetings and into our great organization. But then you kinda switched the sides to Laos and threatened us with nuclear weapons. I never threatened Vietnam.
I didn't
Mr.
threaten.
Washpai is my victim, by the way.
I didn't threaten you anytime.
Excuse me, witness.
I didn't
You threatened me with nuclear weapons.
I didn't threaten you with nuclear weapons. We just said that after you conducted exercises with India and South Korea, that we are answering that with counter exercises, as also checking the readiness of our nukes. This is not.
I mean, I did the exercises right after you said that you would fight with Laos against Thailand. Of course, as a king, I need to defend my nation, and of course, it's the least thing that I could do, if you know what I mean. It's a minimum to do exercises against a nation with nuclear weapons.
Well, the problem is, we said we fight with Laos because of our peace treaty we have with Laos, and because you gave us no choice. You were not. You were not bowing.
Proposed peace treaties, a lot of peace treaties.
Yeah, you only said like Northern Vietnam, and I talked. You
Gentlemen,
said
we're getting into he said, she said here. I think, generally speaking, Vietnam feels as though it is being threatened, and regardless of whether or not that is actually true, they have taken the necessary action to take very extreme steps. Myanmar would like to formally propose that Vietnam, going into the future, retain their current nuclear stockpile, but cease all production of new nuclear warheads. As a show of faith, since they now have the ability to respond with a nuclear deterrent, but to show their willingness for peace and to not take undue action in this situation.
As a show of good faith, we will tell our actual number of warheads right now in stockpile. We have 12 nuclear warheads in a stockpile right now, which will be 15 kilotons. We are proposing that we up this number to about 40 and add 100 kiloton bombs to the arsenal.
That is extremely dangerous and would be more of an offensive arsenal rather than a defensive one. With 12 nuclear warheads, you have the ability to destroy every single major Thai city, as well as most of the southern Chinese ones. Explain to me why this is not a reasonable deterrent for Vietnam to have, if their true intention here is peaceful deterrence.
Because 12 nuclear warheads wouldn't ensure that MAD is effective against China.
The Soviet Union proposal.
You may go ahead.
The Soviet Union proposes that Vietnam be protected under the wing of the Moscow military, as well as a proper deterrent to MAD, as well as a proper deterrent to war with a frankly massive power. If a nation would so much to choose to challenge the peace in the region once more, then the Soviet Union will instantly respond.
Vietnam could agree to this.
Thailand agrees to this.
Wonderful. In that case, Vietnam would be willing to cease all nuclear warhead production, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. I think we have a deal.
That's wonderful to hear. I don't know if I was supposed to be here for this meeting, but
I wanted to hear.
I questioned this as well. But Mr. Shuganov, I want to thank you for your great willing and your great offer.
It's our pleasure.
I also want to thank Mrs. Onki for hosting the talks.
Of course, we are glad to see that peace will reign in Asia and Southeast Asia. Remember, everyone gathered here today, that it is us who seeks to build ourselves up as we do not have the privilege the West has to already have industrialized and wealthy societies. If we fight with one another, we will surely be nothing more than we ever have been, which is simply weak nations attempting to be strong like the West. Only through cooperation will we find ourselves able to be independent of outside forces. So I thank you all for being gathered today and being willing to conduct these negotiations. I'd like to formally thank the governments of Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam for being reasonable and ensuring that we can de-escalate this situation. And I look forward to further cooperation with all you, as well as the international bodies that have been here and ensured that this situation can be dealt with. Thank you all for coming.
Of course, I have one last thing, because I see that Laos is still the border militarized, even though that I demilitarized it.
I
So
only
would
have
ask you,
troops in Vientiane.
PAX Key, I don't know what this is called. This is
I
a
don't-
Vietnamese division, actually. We talked about Vietnam staying out of our borders. Why are you breaking this pact right now?
Army has been staying there since, like, the
Since
occupation
when?
of.
But we have
Su-
this deal
of
right
I
now.
think you should
Laos.
probably pull them back to your border in order to not break everything we've been here to do, Vietnam.
I do.
All right.
agree.
All right, we're pulling them back to the city of Sekong.
Wonderful. Well, gentlemen, I think we have secured a de-escalated situation here and peaceful future.
Thank you.
May we play the Laos national anthem, or should we drop that?
As long as it's not in my
Drop that.
voice channel, yes.
If anyone wants to hear the anthem, come to Vientiane.
All right.
Goodbye, guys.
Thank you.
I'd like to talk to Prime Minister of Myanmar before.
Yes, as long as it is not too time consuming, I do have a moment.
Yeah, it's about your recent development in your cabinet.
Ah, yes.
Now, I've talked to one of your before you have how do I say, regain power on Myanmar. I've talked to members of your parties, and I've made them a promise, and I promised them that I would help Myanmar economically if they would take out military out of the power and put up elections. And now I've seen that you have put military in your cabinet once again, ensuring a military return to government.
Are
May
you
I ask what
aware
you
of the
think
recent attacks by these independent states' troops on the military forces? Are you aware of how unready our government was to deal with them, given the recent reforms and how we lost territory in key sectors?
Mr. Key, I think
Are you
have
aware
the
of the
right
loss of lives of the
military.
military forces of Myanmar, Prime Minister Vajpayee?
Mr. Key, I think you have a very capable military. I don't know why you should put them in your government. The only thing military in your government should be the Ministry of Defense if you have one.
Let me ask you again, are you aware of that situation? Because if not, I feel as though you are talking here without fully understanding the situation.
Or could you please inform me of what's happening?
There have been repeated and unprecedented attacks recently by the independent civil states, which are fighting back against our government in an attempt to, I think, make their independence, which we will never give them, given by this government, as they see our current government as weaker than the old military one. The placement of military officials within our key advisement roles are simply in order to be a show of strength against these supposedly independent states, as we do wish to crack down upon them, given their recent actions, which have resulted in the loss of life of many Myanmar military.
Is this a permanent move?
Until the situation has been dealt with, yes.
Mr. Key, I would love to give you a deadline right now, but due to my ignorance on the situation, I'll wait and see how it develops. If there's still military members in your cabinet, I will cease to invest on you.
Understandable.
Immediately.
But you must understand also that we will always prioritize the stability and not having a full-blown civil war in our country.
My promise was not to invest in military, and yes, in your people.
Very well.
I hope you understand my promise with your
And I hope you understand the delicate situation I'm in.
Vietnam is offering to offset the seizing of Indian investments into Myanmar.
We are not looking to play off the neighboring countries off each other. We are taking the necessary action we need to ensure the stability and peace of Myanmar.
And Vietnam wants to help with that.
By
investing.
further aggressive actions. This would be kind of aggression. We should talk with each other and not outnumber each other with, you know.
This is not aggression.
These
This is
actions.
just Myanmar helping its country and getting the things under control. We don't see that as a problem.
You wanna help with the leadership? I'm sorry.
Out of roleplay, we gotta do a rehost, so I'm gonna go find Hastening really quickly.
Alright.
Out of roleplay, Hastening, could you do a rehost real quick?
Yeah, shall I do rehost?
Yes,
I'll
please.
save.
Thank you.
Wait.
I prepared the
we're
news
gonna
what
go do a
actually
rehost.
happened in Myanmar. Like, what the fuck? Why are you arguing with Hamu? Big Twins?
They put cabinet members in the military cabinet members cabinet. So I said
I did. I put out a new statement about it.
Yeah. Gentlemen, let me just say that I have been re-elected into power, and I'm happy to serve another 4 years.
Congratulations.
Sorry, 5 years. My apologies. 5 years. My head is going a bit cuckoo.
Congratulations. As you may know, Vietnam doesn't really do elections.
We respect that. As long as your people is fine, there's no worries.
Oh, people are fine.
Okay, it is a rehost. We're gonna get that ID up, and then I'll ping folks because I know there are a few people waiting to rejoin.
Yep.
Yes. And my game just crashed. Nice.
Mashallah.
As it does.
Rip.
I gotta start some more coffee in a minute too.
It's funny that I actually hate coffee.
I enjoy the taste a little bit, but it's more about like not feeling like a zombie every day, you know.
I don't know. I just hate coffee, man. I don't know. I
You'll
just
understand
can't- I
when you
can't
get
force
over it. Your
myself.
useful energy will leave you, much like everything else in life.
I hope so. I hope so. Because I hate coffee. I can't even force myself to drink it.
I hated it when I was young too,
yeah.
but then like, you know, I just had so much going in my life all the time that I needed the energy that came with it, and I didn't want to, you know,
Yeah, I understand.
do energy drinks because they're worse for you.
My 9-year-old cousin drinks coffee, and I'm like, how?
Tea versus coffee. So people who can drink tea and still function like normal human beings blow my mind. I don't understand it.
I can actually force myself. I don't like tea, but I can force myself.
Tea it tastes good. It just doesn't do anything for me energy-wise.
Fair enough.
Like I can do coffee now. I used to like pound energy drinks when I did construction work because I had to, but now I can get away with coffee, which is nice.
My parents restrict me totally of drinking energy drinks. They hate when I drink energy
Oh, they're
drinks.
horrible for you. They shouldn't.
Yeah. they're
Yeah,
like,
shit.
Red Bull, Monster, all of that, man.
They're really bad for you. But like again, sometimes you have a job where you can't function without it.
Yeah. I'll see. When I get older, I'll come back to you and see if I like coffee or not.
He'll hit me up in 5 years, twins, and you'll be like, I understand now, and I'll be like, good. Life has broken you as well. Wonderful.
Alright, bad. Bad. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my car. I gotta go back. I see you guys.
Sounds good.
Alright.
You see.
Real gamers drink soda. Soda's fucking horrible for you, man.
Drink water, man. Water is the best, believe me.
Water.
Water.
Water. Today I've drank like two like water bottles
2
already.
gallons.
Nice.
No,
nice.
2
Gallons? That'd be a little extreme.
Yeah.
You drink
Not
2
for
liters of iced tea every day. Jesus fucking
What
Christ,
the
Denise.
fuck?
Ooh.
Dude, that's too much, man. That's way too much.
That is like actually horrible.
Like, you have only 2 years left, I guess, if you continue that way.
I think that's a little bit too extreme.
It's a lot. I try to only drink water now and coffee. That's it. I miss energy drinks though. I went through a period where I
Yeah.
put out so many YouTube videos for a month. The reason for that was I was drinking a Monster every day, but it wasn't sustainable.
Red Bull is better, in my opinion, than Monster.
I like the taste of Monster more, to be honest. The Red Bull taste just is like, nasty.
But did you try, like, the other tastes as well? I mean, there's Red Bull White, Red Blue, I don't know. Peach.
I don't like it, man. I don't like it. You would say that since you're playing Thailand. Have you been paid
Yeah.
by the Thai government to say this?
Ah, of course, like,
Yeah.
I have, like, all the stocks
Today's
now in the
sponsor
market.
is Red Bull. Red Bull, the reason Thailand's economy functions.
Yeah, man.
And then when you mess up your heritage or your genetics, you can get it tested at
Of course, at myheritage.com. Use my
Oh
code.
god damn, dude.
Imbo, you're gonna make for a really good streamer, man. You're already in the mindset.
Thanks, man.
Today's stream
You
is
can be
brought to you
my
by
manager,
Raid
man.
Shadow Razors. Raid Shadow Legends. It's not predatory behavior towards children, it's just loot boxes, we promise.
When is the UN meeting, by the way?
Yes, a quick question. Who's game controller? Is it me?
It was Big Twins and Charles Panzer, I believe.
Yep, yep.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to stay completely hands off this because, you know, y'all
When are we doing?
y'all need to be able to do this without me because I'm going to be working a lot more in the future.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, we should ask our game controllers when the UN
Yes.
meeting.
So if you'd like to know where the UN meeting is, you will need to ask Twins and Panzer.
Yep.
Nice.
Now grant Hamu his free time, man.
Yep.
Free
He
time,
always
you mean work
suffers
time.
from his questions. Yeah, or this. Call it how you want to call it.
But can we call the UN meeting since we are, managing all of this?
Yeah.
Your call?
Well?
I've told
mean,
you,
I
community
will do it
managers are
myself.
fairly autonomous. It's whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, let's call it then.
Yeah, let's call the UN meeting. I will. Can you go up? Oh, it's already done. Okay, we go.
Teleports away. Cool. I guess we got a UN meeting then. I want to get to the point in these games where people don't ask me, like, literally everything. It's one day.
UN meeting, Hamu. Just for you. UN meeting.
Ah, yes. Water tastes better in glass. I don't follow that one, Harold. I'm gonna be honest with you. Coffee is bad enough. I've never had a habit of energy drinks, unfortunately. I get it. You know, I get it. They're horrible for you, but I got into them when I was younger. Because, like, working really, like, brutal jobs, I don't know, man. I can't get through, like, construction work with only coffee. Do we not have the... No, UN Nation. There it is. I'm not gonna run this UN meeting too either. We'll see how this goes. Hands off. Microflash is getting into your system. Fuck yeah, spicy. It's delicious. Dude, you already have so many microplastics in you already, though, let's be honest. That is going to be a huge crisis in the future. I mean, it already is. We just don't talk about it, and there's not enough research to really define it.
Okay. We'll invite people now. We'll have a UN meeting during the rehost. And thank you all for being here. I'll try to invite people as quick as possible. Yep.
I remember drinking my first energy drink. It didn't hit immediately when I had a cup of coffee, but when I absorbed 59% of the entire universe. It does feel fucking wild the first time you have an energy drink, man. It's like drugs. Just a reminder, it's the game controllers running this. Just want to throw that out there in case y'all are waiting for me.
Alright, so let's get this show on the road. If you want to speak, just request to speak at the bottom. I'll call you up to the stage. We'll start with Iran, I believe.
Paramount, actually, Denise. I got really into air combat recently.
Or not. We'll start with North Korea.
Hello and good day. Recently, we have been reforming further and recognizing
Germany,
fellow democratic nations around the world, and we would ask kindly that our embargoes be lessened and or lifted, so the Korean people can better be helped by the international community. We do hope to reconciliate with the rest of the world, but for now, we wait for these embargoes to be lifted. That will be all.
Thank you. We'll acknowledge the representative from Indonesia.
Kim Yong Nam, okay. So, just wanted to tell the international community of the recent successes that Indonesia has achieved. One is in Africa, where we helped the Sierra Leone government with the civil war. We kept the peace there. And also, we have succeeded in our plan to curtail the debt, the national debt. And now we only have 13% interest rate. Not interest rate, GDP, debt to GDP ratio. That's all.
Thank you. If you're staff also and you want to talk, just shoot me a DM. Are there really no more requests? Alright, we'll acknowledge the representative from Australia.
Ever since the rise of the Soviet Union, ever since the rise of the Soviet Union, communists have been rising in Australia. I don't know how much time I have left as the leader of Australia. So yeah, don't turn to communism, kids. God, that was shit, but bye.
Thank you. We acknowledge the representative from the Philippines.
Yes, thank you. Today I would like to talk about the economic boom of the Philippines and also better relationships in the East Asians or the Southeast Asian region. Today, the Philippines has entered its first economic boom, and its economic disparity is higher than ever. GDP per capita is 8,000 and is very fast growing. We wish to invest more than ever into nations in Asia to try to make democracy and peace prevail. We would also... Oh no, that's everything. I don't know something. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge the representative from Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Recently, we have made great strides in the issue with Laos and Thailand. We came to a great peace agreement that was mediated by the representative of, the great Mrs. President Key of Myanmar, and the delegates of the Soviet Union and the United States. This peace deal should guarantee peace in Asia for the next at least 20 years. This is everything. Thank you.
Thank you. We acknowledge the representative from Thailand.
Thank you very much. The dark plans of the Thai-hating nations have been destroyed. In Myanmar, we participated in a peace meeting that prevented a disastrous war in Asia. Thailand is a peace-seeking nation, so we made efforts to make our contribution. Peace is assured for now, but let us hope that this does not mutate into the Munich Agreement and everything is for nothing. Thailand will be watching closely to make sure that the signatories, Laos and Vietnam, stick to their commitments. I want to thank the governments of India, the Soviet Union and Myanmar for their peacekeeping efforts. Domestically, we can proudly announce that the terrorist enemies of the people, the red shirts, have been neutralized, and our country is now back in my hands. Thailand's future will be glorious. Our prestige projects are moving unstoppable into their next steps, and our nation is awakening. Thank you.
Thank you. We acknowledge a representative from Afghanistan.
Hello, I am the new leader of Afghanistan. I look forward with working with most of you, and helping out with any other countries in my region.
Thank you. We acknowledge the representative of Myanmar.
Thank you, Speaker. I am the newly elected leader of the democratic state of Myanmar. For our history in the post-colonial era, after our subjugation by the British, we have struggled to institute fair systems which represent the people of my country. For my own part, in attempting to make these reforms, I was once locked up and in the prisons underneath the military for quite some time. After the negotiations the Democratic Front led with the military regime, we are proud to announce that we are now formally a democratic state with fair and equitable elections. Recently, I have implemented several reforms that have had military advisors in my committee and staff. I would like to state that this is not an attempt to move back to the old system, but rather one out of necessity, as the supposedly independent break-off states in the north and east have begun to become very aggressive towards this government. We utterly reject any notion of reconciliation with these false entities, which we will not even call governments. The people of these regions will be fully enfranchised underneath the new democratic system, and their tyrannical leaders will be overthrown. I look forward to a future where Myanmar will be amongst the Asian tigers, and where economic prosperity and progress will reign. We'd like to thank the governments of Thailand and Vietnam and Laos for being reasonable in our peace negotiations, and for the support of international partners, such as India and the United States. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We acknowledge a representative from South Korea.
Hello, everybody. I would like to thank you as a representative of South Korea to the international body. I would like to start off with speaking about our contributions to the Southeast Asia region with our large investments into many of your nations as well as your neighboring nations, showing that democracy and freedom does support economic progress. We would like to also touch on the North Koreans and their drift towards free elections. We definitely honor such a stance and continue to remind people that they are still under the supreme leader, and would like to say, though their progress towards democracy is appreciated, it is still not fully democratic until the supreme leader is no longer in power. As for Japan's and their imperial aggressions towards the Korean Peninsula, we and the North Koreans both stand threatened by the imperial ambitions of a recolonization of the Korean Peninsula and stand out with many of our allies against such action.
Thank you. We acknowledge the representative from Iran.
Hello, United Nations. I wanted to point out the Salafist movement in Saudi Arabia and the terrorists in Jordan, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, destabilizing the Middle East. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you. We acknowledge the representative from China. An envoy from China, apologies.
Yes, hello. Greetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me talk. China wishes to firstly announce that the Flowers campaign, which is the complete demilitarization, we hope, of the Spratlys and South China Islands. This is in conjunction with Vietnam and the Philippines to show that China wishes to start a new leaf in the South China Sea. We would also like to offer the policy of funding any nation that wishes to pursue a universal free universities. China has officially transformed its education sector into one that does not put a price on education. Any other socialist or left-leaning nations wishes to adopt this policy, come and contact us. We will happily fund your plans for a public and free university. And lastly, we would also like to condemn Japan. If Japan tries to at all touch Korea, it will be met with swift and aggressive actions from China. That is all.
Thank you. We acknowledge a representative from Singapore.
Thank you for acknowledging us. Recently, as we know, there has been threats of restarting the Cold War, and Singapore would like to continue its policy of neutrality. We have recently reopened all relations with the Soviet Union, as we haven't had any since its restoration. And we would like to announce that if the Americans want any sort of concessions from Singapore, they need to expect the same concessions to be given to the Soviet Union. Of course, this goes the other way. If the Soviet Union wants any concessions from Singapore, they need to expect that the Americans will be able to receive the very same concessions. We would also like to ask for recognition of full neutrality by all of the great powers, not just the Soviet Union and the USA. That's it.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge a representative from Hong Kong.
Hello. So, Hong Kong would like to keep relations with any social democracy or communist nations. And communism has been working out great for Hong Kong, and improving its. And the economic policies of communism have been improving Hong Kong, and we think that communism is a great ideology, and every nation should adopt it. Also, we would like to invest in any communist nation that wishes us to invest in them, as to improve relations with any other communist nations in the world. This is it.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge the speaker from Sri Lanka.
Yes. Given that there's been talks concerning the Japanese delegation, which I do not believe is here, I'm going out of roleplaying, asking, does anyone, especially the current corps, want to join as Japan? Because I think
Is Japan not coming back?
I'm not receiving the messages from Japan. If anyone knows, they can join as speaker. Otherwise, I believe that
I can ask him because I have a bit of contact to him.
Worst case, I can play as Japanese.
It was generally Simo Japan. He has a habit of just leaving games with no comment.
But if you want to speak as Sri Lanka real quick,
Well, the Sri Lankan government is, of course, happy to announce, and I believe we've spoken with several heads of state concerning this, but the Himalayan Economical Corporation has been a very lucrative corporation for all involved parties, primarily the protection on ownership rights within the region, and we're looking forward to investments into Sri Lanka and into the region, seeing that of course, ownership rights and investments are protected in a way which it has historically not been. We look forward to, of course, peace within the region. The historical conflicts between India and Pakistan have been a thorn in the side of the entire region. Of course, the recent non-aggression pacts between the two parties, and of course also the lifting of tariffs and the like is an unprecedented sigh of relief for the entire region, seeing two nuclear parties laying down their arms and working together for a more prosperous and peaceful region. And Sri Lanka is more than happy with this, and we look forward to a great future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge the representative from Kazakhstan.
Hello, this is President of Kazakhstan. I'm here. We have the United Nations to say that Kazakhstan in its recent years has never been doing as well since they were in the Soviet Union. Kazakhstan has an economic boom and is very good. So we're As you know, or you have heard, we have joined the Soviet Union, but any nation may invest in us, or we can invest in you, and we support that. A threat to all mankind could be also a weather thing. So we promote that we should try to prevent global warming as much as possible. So that's the Green Party and the Communist Party made a deal. So the Kazakhstan people have voted for it. So hopefully we could stop global warming so it doesn't go overboard. And yeah, I guess that will be all. Thank you, United Nations.
Thank you. Now to finish it off, we'll acknowledge the speaker from the United States of America, myself, Vice President Kane. Thank you. First, I would like to start by saying that I'm very happy that we were able to negotiate a peace deal in Southeast Asia, and I would like to thank Laos for inviting the United States to attend that mediation, as well as for frankly agreeing with the Chinese that the aggression of Japan must be contained, and that our base in Okinawa will stay under American provision and will remain operational throughout until further notice. Furthermore, we plan to invest into any democratic nation that wishes to show its people the prosperous reality of democracy and what it can lead to. And thank you. Now, members of the Security Council will go to the Security Council and discuss that. And I think we can all ready up and start by now. So if you're not readied up, please ready up. And you're more than welcome to go to your separate channels now. Thank you all for coming. Oh, I'm so sorry. Twins, I did not see. Oh no. Twins, if you want to speak in front of these guys real quick. I'm sorry, dude. Hang on.
I think we can wait after the Security Council. Usually we come back.
Okay, yeah, we will come back, so you can speak when...
Alright, sure.
Sorry about that.
Alright. The UN meeting is finally done. That was a fucking long one. Could be a little tedious to get through those sometimes, not gonna lie. That's the song, by the way, Samurai. Hopefully we'll get back into this and keep going here. One of these days it'll happen. We have an hour and 50 minutes left, or actually around 2 hours. Give or take. Okay. We're gonna start the Civil Wars before we end today's game. Which will set off a powder keg, I'm sure. Oh, generally somebody come back. Yes, sessions are 5 hours long, Denise. We got started a bit late though, and if we start late, the game ends early. So we have a time we always end on. If the game starts late because people get here late and we have problems, it is what it is. So. Looks like next Sunday at 6 p.m. after EU4, we may have a tiered CK3 game starting. That would be fan-fucking-tastic. I've been pushing really hard for a tiered CK3 game. Oh, yeah. In Iberia, that's what we're going to do that. I want to do a proper tiered CK3 roleplay as like one of the Muslim nations. That'd be so fucking fun.
Hello, Mr. President of Myanmar.
Greetings. What can I do for you?
Iran wants mutual investments. We want.
Given your recent actions with the invasion of Iraq, we could not support mutual investments or cooperation with the Iranian government.
Could I say why we did what
There's
we did in
always a
Iraq?
good reason to invade another country in the eyes of the aggressor, but Myanmar utterly condemns any foreign occupation which is currently happening in Iraq and, frankly, won't even open talks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wazir.
Thank you. Oh, you requested Myanmar music? Sure. What do we got? Oh yeah. Well, you listened to some of this last time. I'm gonna level with you. I don't like it much. I don't like it much. What is your favorite RP moment you've done with people? There's been a lot of really good ones. Role-playing that War of Quaza and the Kashmir Crisis, I really fucking enjoyed that. That's definitely a top tier one. In Millennium Dawn or in all Roleplay Samurai? Which one are we talking? In general. A couple of our Twitch highlights. Number one. There's a couple that could contend for number one. The assassination of Bloom. It's a Twitch clip. I can actually link that right now. It was clipped. Where the fuck is that thing? It's on my Twitch. If you go to the highlights, you can find it. The assassination of President Bloom in the peace conference is probably my favorite. That was so fucking funny. Just like, not generally like meme haha funny. I'd say 2 would probably be getting slowly negotiated into a cyberpunk fucking feudal state under Harold of Saudi Arabia. That was top fucking tier. 3 would probably be the Millennium Dawn game as Italy, where I developed myself into a libertarian dream, legalized prostitution and drugs, and the whole EU collectively went, it's fine, he's investing in us. That was fucking hilarious. And a lot of fun to roleplay. There have been some really good Road to 56 games, to be honest. All Paradox games. Role-playing that Stellaris game where I played like the hyper-charismatic, friendly Stellaris species, and then I met Quaza's species, who he had that voice changer that made him sound like a musical, like, sea creature. And he basically, like, he kept wanting to eat our species, but we kept charming him with our charisma, so he decided not to constantly. That was, I'd say that's probably 4. Just generally, I would say that the recent CK3 Morcar roleplays I did in that other server, just the roleplay I had in that game with Edmund, my brother, that'd probably be my 5th favorite. That's not funny, it was just I really liked the roleplay, so I'd say those are my top 5. Yeah. You remember? Yeah. Yeah, that was fucking funny, man. We will eat you! With like the musical aquatic German accent, like fucking hell, man. There's plenty of others too, I'm sure some of them I'm forgetting as well. What is that one? When Hitler had a fucking stroke. That one was top tier too. I think that's also a clip. Let me see if I can find that shit. That was fucking funny. That was when I used to do casual roleplay. Let me go find that really quickly. Alright, I don't like this music, I gotta be real. We're going back to lo-fi. It's in my clips, I know it is. No, I completely forgot. The fucking Matt roleplay. Holy shit. When I rolled, okay, I completely forgot. New number 1 roleplay. When I roleplayed Vice President Dick Cheney. When I roleplayed Dick Cheney with Matt's George Bush and I kept trying to convince him to fucking invade everyone in the Middle East for oil. And he just lost his goddamn mind on me, which is this clip. Oh fuck, man, I forgot about that. That one was so fucking fun and hilarious. And then where's the I know I clipped the other one. Where is it? Did I not? Damn. The Hitler one, the Hitler having a stroke one, apparently I didn't clip. That's a shame. That was fucking hilarious. Damn. That's disappointing. No, here it is. Here it is. I found it. This one's also hilarious. Fuck. What I used to do casual roleplay. Anyway, those are a couple hilarious ones. All right, we're back in the game though. But yeah, man, I do miss roleplaying with Matt. He was such a good role player. He just wouldn't take no for an answer with like new players, which was unfortunate. But roleplaying with him was always so fucking fun. There's been a lot. That's what I like about roleplay. There's always fucking hilarious and interesting stuff that happens, like just always. Casual shit can be fun, but it's just all fucking just like bullshitting and memes. But like with roleplay, you get like semi-serious but also hilarious stuff, which I like. Where did Matt go? That's a complicated one. I won't get into that, but he's still technically in the server. What's up, guess? Alright, 400 more political power and it'll be rid of child soldiers. I'll take a while though. Do you have the full stream of the USA Bush RP? Speed games, you know what fucking sucks, man? I had a glitch on my hard drive and I had to reset my whole computer and I lost all my old VOD footage, including that one. I'd planned on turning it into a YouTube video and everything. It was one of my favorite roleplays I ever did. I fucking lost the footage. Like, that sucks so much. I lost that, and then I also lost the VOD for the last India roleplay episode. So and a couple others, man. I was so fucking pissed when that happened. And so no, I don't, which sucks, because that was one of my favorite roleplay games ever, and I don't have it, and it sucks, man. It really sucks. That's why I try and like pump out the YouTube videos for like my favorite like games quicker now, so it'll always be out there, because like I could always lose like stuff on my computer. It really sucks. That was such a good game.
Is the representatives from North Korea, and we are looking towards investing in Myanmar for...
Greetings, welcome to my capital, in Yangon. Before we can get any sort of formal negotiations underway, I would have to ask you briefly about the disturbing rumors I have heard regarding your cooperation with Japan in a return to their colonial policy to South Korea. Can you comment upon this issue before we move forward?
Oh, we never had any talks of Japan trying to recolonize South Korea. We did have an attempt by Japan trying to ask us if we wanted to invade South Korea while we were in diplomatic talks with Laos. And after we said no, they said they'd be colonizing South Korea. And then Laos went to South Korea, sent a diplomat, and so did Japan. Japan sent one to ask them if they wanted to colonize us.
It seems that there was some miscommunication there. Then to put it very straightforwardly, you have no plans of ever taking military action against South Korea, which is a good partner of Myanmar, I assume?
Yes.
In that case, we would be happy to open talks regarding investment. What exactly does North Korea have in mind?
Civilian factories, perhaps.
You're looking for mutual investment, I assume?
Yes. Don't build anything in Pyongyang though.
We would be willing and able to do 12 billion in mutual investment at this time with North Korea in order to open up economic relations.
Sounds good.
Would you, in which area of North Korea would you like that?
By the border of South.
You have a lot of borders. You mean
Yes,
Hwanghae?
Yes, thank you. And where would you like your civilian factory?
In Upper Burma, if you would be able to do so. You should be
Yeah.
receiving the paperwork right now from our investors.
And you should be receiving ours.
Wonderful. We are looking forward to cooperating with both of the Koreas, and we hope that through economic ties, you can mend both your fences and build strong relationships with Myanmar and other Asian countries.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that is where we stand eye to eye on the continuation of stability in Asia.
Indeed. It's only through economic ties and strength that anything worthwhile can be accomplished here. And I'm glad to hear that you understand that.
Yes.
And back to the chat we go. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Very, very businesslike. Very, to the point from the North Koreans there. They didn't waste any time with silly diplomatic pleasantries. They're like, hello, mutual investment. Thank you. See you later. To the point. I respect it. No bullshitting. Oh. Ugh. Fuck. Okay. As soon as this is done, we're gonna go down the path. We're gonna end the ceasefire initiatives and begin to take back what is rightfully ours. Since they are within the borders of Myanmar, we can do whatever we want with them. So this is when hope dies. As soon as we invade all these regions, I'm basically going to like permanently institute military attaches to the government and make it so the military now has like formal positions in government with extraordinary power, meaning essentially the military is equally as powerful as the president. So this is when we form formally corporate Myanmar. That will still be under the democratic title. We'll just probably have to deal with the Indians being up our ass for a while about that, seeing as they actually do take their democratic responsibilities very seriously. We also need to deal with the Rohingya crisis. We have a lot of things we need to deal with here. How hot is it? I have to mow the lawn later. And I'm sweating already.
Hello. I took with me a game control. Australia, we had the artillery, the transferal thing with the civil war in Australia.
I don't think you have a rule for that.
And they only
What
had
exactly happened?
Yeah, so Australia only had artillery divisions, the democratic side, and Australia in the beginning of the war had like four times the amount of troops against their democratic counterparts. I think they did the artillery slash transferal thing with civil wars.
I don't think I have a rule for that, so...
Like everything away to a different nation.
As game controllers, that's all your call?
Yep.
I see. We have no rules for it, so I would know what the sanctions
If
are.
there's no rule for it, it is down to the game controller to make a decision, and you have broad
Fair
powers in that regard.
I see, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go to NATO channel and talk to game controller. I'm sorry, host.
Yeah, I'll speak with you more. Sure.
Right.
Well, I mentioned how fucking nice it is to roleplay without having to game control, host, and fucking organize games. God, it's beautiful. I really do appreciate staff in the server. They've really done so much lately. It's so nice. I got really burned out, guys. I was almost borderline gonna stop, like, organizing games for a while, like a month back, but things changed for the better very quickly, which has been so nice. Welcome back, Note. Is this Myanmar music, Note? If this isn't Myanmar music, it will not be played. No, this will be a YouTube video. Yes. Oh, it's not copyrighted. Oh, okay. We can play it then. Again, but is it Myanmar music?
Kami. You wouldn't want to violate our innate...
Fucking note. If it's not copyrighted, then yes. As long as it's relevant to Asia or Myanmar, you can play a song. I don't want to listen to fucking non-copyrighted rap music while playing Myanmar. Unless it's Myanmar rap, of course, I guess. Hoffman! Be real careful, bud. You've been warned about fucked up jokes. Let's hear it, but let me say, be warned. What if it's corporatist music? Well, yeah, I suppose, if it's relevant. Cyberpunk Myanmar. This is legitimately Cyberpunk 2077 Myanmar. I'm intrigued. I'll actually screen share this. You have my attention, Harold.
In 2077, they voted my city the worst place to live in
Myanmar.
Main issues: sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
Fuck.
Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here.
God fucking damn it.
Always got a promise for you. Might be a lie, an illusion, but it's there, just around the corner, and it keeps you going.
What the fuck, Harold? What the fuck are we watching? Jesus! This is not what I was expecting, I'm gonna be honest. There's a Weimar version that's really good? That does sound funny. That's a good question. I'd also like to know why it exists, Joey. That's a very good question. Alright. It's time. Permanently end ceasefire initiative. That we have periodically sought ceasefires with various rebel groups is a sign of weakness. We should rule out for forever the possibility of negotiations. There's only one path forward, and that is a strong military action to deal with these terrorist cells within our country. It's a beam. Up to 29 factories now as well, looking very good here with lots of civs. So I missed any news as well. Not too much. The King of Thailand was at a Muay Thai boxing match. Nice. Nice! That's the main highlight in the news recently, apparently. It's a slow day. It's a slow day at the presses. Not too much going on in Thailand these days. What about the war they wanted on Laos? They don't have much to do, I guess. Of course, there's a TF2 version. We're down to 13,000 child soldiers, looking really good. The anti-Karen offensive. Now that's something I can get behind. I think America needs an anti-Karen offensive as well. What that would involve, I imagine, would be the shutting down of Starbucks, the banning of nail salons after 4 p.m., and the mandatory institution of no Karen haircuts. I think that'd do a lot to crack down on Karen problems in America, which is really needed. You know, very needed. Very, very needed. Also, just demolishing the suburbs would help too, because that seems to be where there's a lot of like Karen recruitment going on. You find most of it in the suburbs of America. It's a dystopian, horrible place, filled with white women who think that the world is theirs to command. It's don't go there. It's not worth it. First thing I hear when I joined, 10,000 child soldiers. Gotta love JROTC. What's up, Soviet Marshal? Yeah, it's William Dawn, man. What do you expect? It's how it be. When we invade the Karen state, I wonder if they're gonna ask to speak to our manager. Hopefully not. Then we'll have to go contact the Americans. I promise I'll stop with the Karen jokes now. I had to make those, you know. Mans don't remember the great Soviet Union. Well, Soviet Marshal, you'd like this game, my man. You would enjoy this game. I think you'd approve of this quite a lot, actually. Look who showed up in Russia. How do the Slowboys say cool? They have many fans. You played with me a long time ago. Your name is really fucking familiar. It was in a casual game like months back, right? Like a long time ago. Like back last year, at the end of last year sometime, I think, right? Didn't you wanna... Was it an MD game? It was an MD game, I think, right? Didn't you want to start hosting games in like your own server or something like that too? That was a long time ago. Is that right? Am I remembering that right? Yeah, okay, I remember. God, that was a long time ago, man. Jesus. That feels like years. It's probably like 8 months, but feels like years. Still better than being governed by oligarchs, probably. Yes, that's true. It's true. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator. You should feel ashamed of yourself, note. I just want to make that clear. You should be actively embarrassed by what you just said. I'm embarrassed for you. So, yeah. Hope you've been well, Marshall. Hope everything's good. How's life, dog? All good? You still addicted to Hoi, or did you get put in like an intervention and get help that all Hoi players need, you know? You don't feel embarrassed. Well, that's a problem. Just saying.
Excuse me, Hammer.
Yes.
We have a UN meeting to talk about the UNSC decisions.
Sounds good.
I will see you there.
Still addicted. Oh, my man. My man, I'm so sorry to hear that. It is fun, but it does kill your brain cells and, you know, make you unable to take a shower. All right, we got a UN meeting.
This is a UN speech, because I totally forgot to let him talk during the UN. That's on me, so...
Stellaris is fantastic and addicting. Dude, are you into Stellaris? Fuck yeah, it's so good.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to talk about the Security Council decisions we've made, but that's for Premier Zuganov to talk about. I'm gonna talk about making a speech, my unscripted speech actually, to the United Nations about a lot of things that happened actually before the first UN.
We already run Stellaris in the Discord, my man. Soviet Marshal, have you looked at the Discord in a while? We do Stellaris roleplays. We're about to start doing more of them too.
Vietnam has increasingly been violent towards other countries and bragging about their nuclear possessions.
Yeah, Marshall, we run Stellaris games. You just need the Stellaris role and you can see it. It's been really good too.
They have limited their capabilities and ceased their productions, and yet they still use nuclear in their statements. I wonder why.
Don't talk shit on my laugh, alright? It's my laugh.
Ignoring India too.
No, you don't gotta be like that.
We have
Damn son.
been trying to talk to Vietnam and making demands, and they've been ignoring us, including the United Nations speech. We were in the peace treaty, and they didn't even mention our name. I wonder why is that. another situation I'd like to bring up is that Myanmar's government has been putting military in their cabinet.
Beautiful, Obi. What's up?
I find it a joke that you call your government a democracy, and yet the same people.
I know who you are, Obi. I know. How's it going, man?
You're including
Beautiful.
the government. I find that quite questionable, and in my opinion, a threat to your newborn democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, India is tired. I'm tired. I'm gonna be 80 by the end of this year, by Christmas actually, and I do not want to retire.
Yes, the Brazilian. Twins is a legend.
Burning. Ladies and gentlemen, I am tired, and I'll be making probably my last speech in the United Nations. So I like to say that India has still armed their nuclear weapons towards Vietnam. So if Vietnam tries anything,
Hey, what a follow Commander
we'll
Faces.
see what happens.
You can join the next one. We're not doing any more hot joins this session.
We are really close.
Go to the Discord and look at the events so you can see all the upcoming events. We'll continue this next Thursday.
Continue the investment.
We run a lot of games down to the Discord.
By the end of 2004, if you have not made a decision, if you have not made nothing, we will cease our investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative from India. Okay, now, sorry, I had to get that out of the way. Russia, if you'll take it away with the Security Council decisions.
Hello, delegates of the United Nations. The United Nations Security Council has made two new resolutions, one pertaining to the nuclear situation in Vietnam, the other pertaining to the threats made by the state of Japan. First off, we will talk about the shorter one, the nuclear situation in Vietnam.
Thanks, Obi. Appreciate it.
Peace talks with Vietnam in Yangon, the United Nations, specifically a few members, did not believe they went far enough, and so we will be sending United Nations observers to observe the nuclear arsenals of Vietnam and make sure that no further warheads are produced, as according to the treaty signed in Yangon. And pertaining to the state of Japan, we have agreed that the United States will increase military presence in the area in a joint effort of the United Nations Security Council will be put in effect to protect the Koreas from any possible aggression. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zuganov. That concludes the Security Council's meeting. Sorry to call y'all back for that, but I appreciate you coming.
Cool. Alright, so basically they're just going to stop nuclear proliferation in Vietnam, and they're going to put observers in the Korean Peninsula, which is fair. But yeah, thank you, Opie. Hope you've been enjoying the game so far. Dude, Samurai, we've discussed doing a Star Trek roleplay with a Star Trek mod. We also want to bring back Star Wars roleplay with Stellar sometime too. There's a lot of stuff. We're also trying to get an Ambanar game started at some point. There's so many games like we want to run in the server, but we're limited because we've got more hosts and more staff now than we did. I think we've got around like 25 members of staff now, but we need more hosts and game controllers, so we are still limited a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Marshall. Exactly. You should make Hoffman a VIP. Hoffman's a fucking meme lord. And he's been warned several times about his jokes going over the line. Oh, what that. I do need to start being more liberal of giving out VIPs though, because I've like given out only, I think, 2 or 3 of them. And like, apparently I have like 50. I didn't know I could have that many. I just figured people would save up for VIP with channel points, but everyone's going for either shaving my beard or a hot tub stream, so no one ever uses it for the VIP, which is hilarious, so. There you go. Oh yeah, we will be doing Ambanar at some point. Ambanar is fan-fucking-tastic, so that will happen in the future. I have 6. I didn't know it was that many, but still, I have a lot more I can give out. What am I renaming, Marshall? Turn the music back up too. What do you want to rename to? Tee quirky. So as long as it isn't on Saturday, I have a current Anbinar MP starting this Saturday. I'm playing the Hammurabae or Tigerman of the Southern Raj. That sounds fucking fun, Faceless. We started an Anbinar game before, but it only went for one session because that's when the Anbinar update happened, and then we switched out of it, but there's a discussion probably happening tonight with some of the EU4 staff on the server to decide what we're going to prioritize going forward, because we have the ability now to run more than one EU4 game, so we'll see. Total Krieg 2030. I have to vote in this poll. I do have to vote in this poll. I can't allow this to stand. Fucking disgusting. I don't mind like pineapple on bread and sauce, but I wouldn't call it pizza. I'd call it something else. As soon as you put pineapple on a pizza, it stops being a pizza. Change my mind. Just saying. Super excited. We've been waiting for the update to drop and get stabilized. Yep, exactly. Faceless, what community do you play on? The one I know that's really good for Anbinar roleplay is the Criers of Tulum. I just don't have the time to play in one of their games because they're so fucking hardcore. CK3 Game of Thrones mod, Hoi 4, World War 1 mod, Lost, oh, Mordred! Mordred's Discord runs Anbinar? Hold up, I'm in his Discord. Let me go look. I think I'm in his Discord. Did I leave his Discord? I might have. No, it's in my streamers grouping. Let me look. Mordred. Got self-hate announcements. Multiplayer announcements. Oh shit! Yeah! Damn. I didn't realize that. Is it casual or is it roleplay? I don't think... Does Mordred even do roleplay? I've never seen him do it. I think he plays more casual. He's cool. I learned how to do Navy in Hoi 4 from watching him. I would never have figured out naval in Hoi 4 if I hadn't watched the Mordred videos. We're going to do an anti-Karen offensive. The Karen have been an enemy of the state ever since they fought for the British against Burmese independence. The Karen Nationalist Union continued existence as a remnant of this historical treachery, and it must be destroyed. $51? Oh, channel points were used. But yeah, Mordred is really cool. All right, he's one of the streamers I really enjoy. He doesn't do as much now because he got a job at Paradox, right? So he doesn't have the time to stream as much, which is a shame. It's always nice listening to a British man with an absolutely fantastic voice play Naval Hoi 4. It's always nice. Always. Half roleplay, half normal. I've never seen him do a roleplay stream. I've seen him do the lore building stuff. He's done like the world building streams. I watched one of those which I really liked, but I didn't realize he played like roleplay in Paradox games. I never knew that. You leave it to the player to choose how much. I feel that. That's fair. Listen, I've become a Pirate Empire Slor, so I'm gonna do some trolling. Dog, Marshall, we only do hardcore roleplay, or we do regular roleplay in our server now. We don't do casual roleplay. Just heads up. How to army in Millennium Dawn? Have you watched my tutorials, Hoffman? He's in this specific MP as their airship development of Fiatun. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. That should be cool. I am really glad that Mordred got hired by Paradox, though, because, like, Mordred's the type of player who, like, he doesn't just stream Hoi 4 and Paradox because he, like, wants to make money. Mordred legitimately is one of those dudes who, like, really likes Paradox games. And the fact that Paradox was willing to hire them as a community ambassador, I think he got hired as a community ambassador, right? When they did that, that really, I think I got a lot more confidence in Paradox because, like, it showed to me that they were willing to listen to their community, but specifically people who actually give a shit. So, although I'm sad that he doesn't have as much time to stream anymore, it's cool that he actually hopefully has a voice in Paradox. I don't know how much they will really listen to him, but I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool. That was one of the many recent actions that Paradox has done that kind of has made me actually have a lot more, like, hope and respect for them in terms of how they're going in the future. So, we'll see. But anyway, right over. It's more roleplay through action. We don't like to roll full-on hardcore roleplay. I got you. I understand. He got community manager for Stellaris? Really? Oh shit, fuck yeah. Good. Fuck yeah. That's cool. But yeah, it is. I was really surprised when they did that. I'm gonna be honest. I was really surprised they did that. Hate the word moist. Alright, I gotta vote in this one too. Yeah, I definitely have an opinion on that one. There's another good streamer I found recently who does a bit of roleplay. He doesn't do roleplay like we do. He does more casual, but he does a EU4 roleplay. There's a guy named Stakuki. I've got it recommended on my Twitch now. He's really good too. I found his YouTube channel like a week or two back, and he's really solid. I do wish there were more streamers who did like proper roleplay. He does more casual, but it's still solid. And I always like it when I see like streamers and YouTubers actually doing multiplayer roleplay, because I think the more people who do that, the more people see it and like actually try it out, which is really cool, you know? Why do I have 2 VOD channels? Because I never deleted the first one I made, which was like, I don't know why I had to make a second one, but I had to make a second one. I didn't delete the first one. That's why. I'll do it one day. He was a community ambassador for EU4, then moved to a community manager for Stellaris, but he was considered a member of the press and media manager before working with Paradox. Yeah, I know he worked really heavily with them. He was really involved with Paradox, which is good, but formally bringing him on board was really cool. A good decision. Yeah. Wasn't he also involved in making some tutorials from Paradox too? I know that he was somewhat involved with some of the new Paradox tutorials they put out, which I still think could be better, but they're much better than the ones they used to do. Did anyone watching play EU4 when it first came out? Does anyone remember when EU4 first came out and the tutorials they had for it when it dropped? The tutorials they had for it, which were built into the game, and like, I remember buying EU4 when it dropped and having no idea how to play the game and taking one look at those just god-awful little blurbs they wrote for it and being like, yeah, this doesn't help me at all. So I just learned through trial and error and playing like in multiplayer. But they've come a long way from that, but it could be better. When was that single-player game gonna happen? Probably next week, Vambi. I think I have a time slot for next week. Yeah, you know. You remember. Fuck, man. Brutal times. I never played EU tutorials. They were horrible. Yes, I came from EU3, so I knew some. EU3 was really good, but I also failed to learn that when I first played it. I bought EU3 like a couple of weeks before EU4 came out because I wanted to learn how to play EU4, but then it ended up like not helping me at all. So, do you remember the EU3 trading system? That shit was wild. What's the video note? Oh, this is a good one. I've already seen this. We'll play this. This one is fucking hilarious.
His good looks and charm often made him difficult to interrogate.
How can you justify these untruths? How can you justify your deep blue eyes? Oh, well, no one's ever really commented on my eyes, so anyway, let's get back to you lying on me. To me, fuck.
News reporters were also distracted.
Kevin, how are the protests in Cuba? Guevara worked up a sweat with a passionate speech. The sweat trickled down his chest, leaving him oiled like a baby otter. Right, but the protest itself... Sorry, yes, ran smoothly. As smooth as his pecs. Kevin, apologies. The protest was tightly organized, like a sweaty butt. We're gonna go to the weather now.
Able to get by with just his hotness, Guevara put less effort into his politics.
What is your economic policy? My policy? Yes. Well, it's simple, baby. My policy is, you cannot put money in the sea. Okay, baby. What? Ask me about my biceps.
Eventually, his boss, Fidel Castro, stepped in.
Jay, you need to stop the pretty boy stuff. You need to stop being so cute. Jay, it's not gonna work on that tight outfit works on you. Stop. You have a sexy beard. You're embarrassing yourself. You have perfect ears. Kiss me.
Oh, god fucking damn it, note. Yeah, that channel is really good. I do like that. They're fucking hilarious. God damn it. I don't remember the trading system. You like the sliders. The slider system was fucking wild. It was wild. It was the merchant system though, where you had to like send merchants to trade areas they collected from trade. I could never figure out, but like I remember like one time it's the Hansa. I thought I briefly figured out in EU3 how to do trade, and I got so much money, and then it stopped, and I had no idea why, because I didn't understand the trade for it, and nothing explained it properly. So yeah, those were like the Wild West days of fucking Paradox games. The general quality and explanations have gone up a lot, but they could be better. Also, hello there. I see there's a diplomat here in the capital.
Hello, yes, I'm a diplomat from the Philippines.
Welcome to Yangon. What can I do for you?
Yeah, I'll come here for. I'm just asking, how is the situation of democracy in your country? We have seen that you have invited military people into your government.
Well, seeing as this month we are about to undergo an election, our first formal election since I've instituted power, on which the Democratic Front intends to win with sleeping majorities. We are fully now a democracy, and after this election, I hope we will put to bed any worry that we may go back to our old military ways. As I'm sure you are aware, those advisors were explicitly put onto my advisement committee due to the actions taken against us by the domestic terrorists in the various states, which we don't have any direct authority over. I'm sure the Philippines can understand the need of my government to instill security and stability by not allowing terrorists to overthrow my government.
Yes, I do.
But to answer your question, things are going very well here, and we are always glad to hear that the Philippines are concerned with our affairs as a good economic and political partner of Myanmar.
Yes. Also, because of this great news, I would ask you if you would want to have mutual investments, or is your economy still too weak?
We would be open to such a proposal. Are you only able to build civilian factories?
I can build office sectors.
If you would be willing to build office sectors in Upper Burma, we would be able to build civilians in you. Myanmar at this time would be capable of around 28 billion in investments, 1 for 1, if you would be capable of doing so.
That's one office sector, but I can invest 2 for future investments.
Wonderful. And where in the Philippines would you like those built?
I would like to have them in northern Lasu.
Wonderful. We'll write up the paperwork now, and my investors will be in contact with your government shortly.
Yes, I just got it. Thanks.
Perfect. How is everything in the Philippines? I have seen the news coming out of your country, and it looks like you're making a lot of very dramatic and quick societal progress, which we commend you on.
Yes. The Philippines is an economic boom, or in education funds are higher than ever. Also, we have also started building hospitals and better homes for our people. We are also, the GDP per capita has risen by 2,000 since just 1 month ago.
It sounds like things are going very well in the Philippines, and you are raising the quality of life for your people. Something we commend you greatly on, and that we hope we can use as a blueprint to build our own quality of life here in Myanmar.
Yes, I also hope so.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Is there anything else I can do for you, Ambassador?
No, not really. Is there anything that I can do to you?
Not at all. As always, we are thankful for your cooperation with our government.
Yes, but that's all for it now. Hopefully we can make more agreements later, but yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
This focus name is literally how you get murdered in America by a cop. If you strike the Karen in America, you will get shot by a police officer. I just want to throw that out there. So never do this. Never take this focus in real life in America. Striking the Karen will result in you being shot in the back. I have 30,000 channel points, 10,000 more, and I will force you into playing Finland. Fucking hell, man. Would you rather have to swim in a 164,000 feet swimming pool of mayo every year? Ew. Ew. If I was a Karen, it'd be way too spicy. Or have to perform the Gangnam Style every 3 years. Perform the Gangnam Style every 3 years. That's not even negative. That's not even a negative experience for me. Note. Dog, I'm not as young as you. Gangnam Style was cool as fuck when I was younger. Ish. It was a gray area, I guess. The whole dance. You say that like it's a bad thing. Note. Easy. Easy. Easy answer. Not even a competition, my man. Mayonnaise is fucking disgusting. I wouldn't feed that shit to my dog, let alone swim in it. But the Gangnam Style is cool, so I'd do that. Yeah, see, Vambi gets it. Vambi gets it. He's a man of culture. You like mayo? To each their own, but to me, mayo is fucking disgusting. I just don't like the taste of it. It's just, I don't know, man. I like spicier shit, you know? I didn't used to like mustard, but then I got really into like Dijon and honey mustard, and now I'm a believer. But basic mustard, I don't really like either. On like the condiment scale, it's very low. Also, thank you for the follow, Rabbit. I completely forgot to say that. I was ignoring you. I was just very distracted. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, see, I know a lot of people. I've dated a lot of white women, so I have like a very close relationship with mayonnaise. Because there's nothing a white woman loves more than mayonnaise on her fucking sandwich. So I've had a lot of experience with it, but I don't personally care for it very much. Jesus Christ, Hoffman, no. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't do it for me. I take a honey mustard or a fucking, you know, chipotle sauce. If we're going with basic shit, or sriracha, I'd take that over mayo any fucking day of the week. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So. Good to throw that out there. You worship mayonnaise. Well, you know what the Lord said about false idols there, Denise. So, I'd be careful with that. Yeah, some good chipotle sauce. Oh yeah. Cilantro sauce is good. I got this shit from the store for my fucking burritos and tacos. I think it was called like cilantro sauce. It's like this green shit. Oh my god. So fucking good. So fucking good. I agree with you that my wife loves mayo and I hate that shit. Yep, it's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah, true. No, a good Dijon mustard on a... I'm just getting more hungry for my spaghetti right now. This is what's happening. A good Dijon mustard on a sandwich, or some good honey mustard, like the good shit, not the garbage, right? Top fucking tier. Top fucking tier. There's only an hour left of the stream, and then I gotta go heat up my fucking spaghetti sauce and eat some spaghetti. I'm so excited. I can barely roleplay at this point. I'm just thinking about spaghetti so much. We'll do a security cooperation with Asian. Asian must stand strong against both West and East. Must not Italian hero sub. Joey gets it. Joey gets it. The white but Indian curry is king for me. What's up, Hyperius? Indian curry is generally very good. Indian food, I really want to learn how to make. I know a lot of like cooking. I know a lot of like Italian stuff I can make. I'm really good with Mexican food. My Mexican is top fucking tier. Shit's kids. We're playing Hoy, so I know there's a couple kids watching. When you get older and you start to date, let me give you some advice. Learn how to cook. They say the way to a man's heart is his stomach. That's not true. The way to a human's heart is their fucking stomach. If you learn how to cook and you take care of yourself, you will never struggle not to date someone. That's a little advice for the Hoy players out there under the age of 16. Wait, let me throw that out there. But anyway, I really need to learn how to cook Indian food, because that shit is so good, and I don't want to have to pay for it. I want to learn how to cook it. Yes, they do, Mage. Absolutely. Learn how to cook. Your dating and sex life will be 10 times better. Just a piece of advice for you there. Would you rather... Hello?
No, I'm sorry. This isn't really like an investment thing or something like that. I misclicked and I cancelled your investment. So could you?
As long as you re-sign that paperwork, we will have no problems.
Yes, we will re-sign it.
Wonderful. At this time, I am overseeing a special military operation, though. So if you do, don't mind. All right, so back in the roleplay. Now we're done talking about things. I never saw a woman before, so I'm the best advice giver on this topic. A true Hoy player. At this point, the government of Myanmar is beginning to, I wouldn't say show its true colors, but we are not putting on much of a farce in terms of being a true democratic entity. We are a corporatist state, one that is looking to take the necessary action to open itself up for proper investment. And in order to secure the stability and regions of our country that we need for investment, we are going to take a much more hardliner approach to dealing with the domestic terrorists, such as the Karen state. So we have formally launched an offensive against the Karen state alongside our military, working hand in hand with them, after which we will be pursuing some more policies towards our other, what would we call them? Domestic terrorist groups. Lampari's also a true Hoy player. What's up, man? You know how to make spaghetti. That's good. A good spaghetti sauce is fantastic. So what? FOMO? He was eating pizza rolls in TF2. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna vote in this poll too. Alright, no, that's a little R-rated for a poll, my man. In the future, let's keep it. Let's keep it more toned down. I know I can't stop swearing all the time, but there is a little bit of a line, you know. Alright, currently our military is engaging enemy forces as we are attempting to cross the line of control with them. We'll write out a news post about this in just a moment, too. What's up, Lepar? These barbecue potato chips are fucking baber. Barbecued potato chips are top tier. Honey mustard on a homemade hamburger bun being topped with lettuce, onions, tomatoes, and some honey mustard on the top bun and a little bit of barbecue sauce. Dog. This man makes fucking burgers, goddamn. I love hamburgers. They're so good. Fucking dolphin. See if we can use our tank brigade to push into the capital here. No, we can actually do it this way instead. We'll go around the long way. Actually tied. God damn. Only 7,781 child soldiers left. We're getting really close to being able to formally end that. Oh, we have to do demobilization. Oh, it's going to take us a while then, fortunately. I know what FOMO means. I've traded stocks, my man, extensively through my life. And I like to go on Wall Street bets to make fun of the fucking dumb fucks on there. No offense if you use it, but Jesus Christ, learn to invest properly. Hello there!
Hello, Miss Aung Sui. You look great.
Greetings. The king, it is always an honor to have you here. I can guess what this is going to be about.
Of course, let me give you a brief. The situation is like follows. After our great peace talks, Vietnam came to me a few days before I'm visiting you. And he told me that he builds ICBMs that are reaching any targets that he's set in the Southeast Asia.
I thought we put this issue to rest at the conference in Yangon.
This is a threat against my nation. Excuse me, can you repeat this?
I said I thought we put this issue to bed in the past.
I thought this as well, but as I saw in my UN speech, I have the feeling that this will be the Munich agreement of all times.
Have you already spoken with the Soviet Union, as it is them who are cooperating with Vietnam for their own mad security?
I have talked to Mr. Chandra of India, and then I wanted to talk with you because you are in the region and you organized.
We thank you to coming with us, of course.
So we will talk with the Soviets right after you. It was important for me.
I will say that if Vietnam is continuing to take action in terms of their nuclear arsenal after we explicitly signed a peace treaty stopping this, it is going to have to make Myanmar dramatically reconsider their stance towards Vietnam as potentially a much more dangerous aggressor, and question also their membership in ASEAN, but only if what you are saying is true and accurate. As we all know, there is a lot of misinformation that can always mischaracterize the actions of nations.
Of course. I mean, he said it in a very aggressive way, and he said this in the news as well. You can watch the news.
Indeed.
Yeah. Just look for it, and my kingdom is obviously ready to act. They are very hot and
of
excited
course,
to act.
but we need to keep level heads here. I would ask that you speak with the Soviet Union and the Americans to try and see if we can solve this diplomatically.
Yes. I mean, just for information, we are not afraid of anyone, not about Vietnam, but we don't want to let a lot of people die, so we are looking for peace again. But sometime this looking for peace will end.
Sometimes peace is not possible, as you know well, and we do. Currently, we are taking military action against the Karen state after they took dangerous and terrorist action against military forces of the Myanmar government. So we know very well that sometimes not everything can be solved by diplomacy, but it doesn't hurt to try, does it?
It does not to try, that's right.
Wonderful. Well, I thank you for coming to discuss this with us. You are truly a friend of Myanmar by including us in these talks, and we thank you for it. I hope you will have fruitful talks with the Soviet Union, and if we can help in any way, do not hesitate to call again.
Of course. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Have a great time.
You as well. Stream is ending in 52 minutes. I wish I lived somewhere where curry, shawarma, and doner were more popular. True. Had them in Germany and they were good. Currywurst is also good. Guess I gotta learn. Hyperius, you're an American, aren't you? Dude, I wish shawarma, doner, kebab, and curry were more popular in America. It's so hard to find a good restaurant. You have to go to a really big city to find some good stuff, you know? Which sucks. Hi, this flag. What flag did you just link? Shawarma is big in Netherlands? Oh, dude. Oh, man. Oh, fuck. Oh, let me say this very clear. The best shawarma I had in my goddamn life was in a food truck in fucking Amsterdam. I was really fucking high because I was in Amsterdam, of course. And I was coming back from this, like, party in, like, a forest in the Netherlands. And it was really late at night. And I was so fucking hungry. Like, you know when you're drunk and you, like, need food to soak up the alcohol, right? And we found this fucking shawarma truck in Amsterdam. Dude, it was run by, like, you know, Arab, so you know it'd be good. And holy shit. Best shawarma of my life. We went back there the next day, too. I think the day after. Like, every day we went there after that. So fucking good. I would kill a man to have that fucking shawarma again. Like, goddamn. So good. So fucking good. There's this sauce that they put on there. I don't know what it is. I think it was just like something that they had made, and it was so good, man. I'd never had something like that before. I mean, I've had a lot of shawarma because it's delicious, but I never had like, oh man, it's so good. Anyway.
What a sauce. Excuse me, Mr. Suki.
What can I do for you?
This is the newly appointed Prime Minister, Mr. Sadiq Chandra from India.
Congratulations on your win. Well, did Prime Minister Vajpayee formally sit down, I believe? Yeah, he retired, yes. He had been overseeing the BJP in India for quite some time. He is an absolutely iconic figure in your people's history, and I do mourn the loss of him in your government. But I look forward to working with him, I hope, as I did before with Vajpayee.
I hope so too. Now, Vajpayee told me to before we left, he gave me a brief of what he wanted to do for foreign relations with the minister too, and one of them was the demand. I guess you could say.
It's a strong word. Be careful what you say next.
Ultimatum. When he did an initial speech, in the end, he said in the end of 2004, and it looks like nothing has changed since his speech. Now, I'm not gonna be as harsh as Vajpayee. Again, he was old. He was in his madness, you know. Got mysticism, you know, so I guess he was a bit too harsh. But it is we find quite insulting that we invest in such a great nation and they ruin it by putting useless ministers in your cabinet. I mean,
as you all know, we have been dealing with civil conflicts and civil wars for quite some time now. After the recent action of the terrorists in the south, we had to take action. I am not a military woman. Do you expect me to fight a war with domestic terrorists without any knowledge of military affairs?
Your party promised me that there will be no dictatorship, and yet
we promised you that we would institute democratic systems. The recent election where my party was reelected shows you we had the democratic support of our people. I also made it clear that we would need to take action against the terrorists domestically. Would you have me just allow them to overwhelm you? In your own country, I know that you dealt with militarist communists in the eastern part of India. I am sure your government would not find it very amusing for Myanmar to come in making demands that you would take no action with your military against domestic threats. How is this any different?
Alright, Dennis Keeper, perhaps I'm going too far.
Perhaps so.
But until then, if you do not resolve your conflict, actually, not. Can I give you an estimate on how long this foolery will end?
I would love to give you an answer, but unfortunately, I don't know how long it will take for us to deal with these domestic terrorists. We will attempt to do it as quickly as possible. It is our #1 priority, besides getting rid of child soldiers, which we have almost completely eradicated in Myanmar, as it is the duty of democratic governments to do so. I find it very odd that you are making these aggressive remarks when I and my administration have done so much to bring Myanmar into the modern world as a democracy. Frankly, Mr. Chandra, I find it very insulting and a very bad way to start off a new relationship between your administration and mine.
I'm just following what Vajpayee told me. I find it quite ironic that you call yourself democracy, and yet you put dictatorship instigators to a democratic government.
I'm sorry, what?
You put military people. Again, might I add, how long have you been in democracy?
How am I supposed to conduct a domestic conflict with terrorists without expertise of military? Explain to me how a civilian government with no advisement from the military is expected to wage a war against terrorists. I'd love to hear how you suggest my government handles this. Clearly, you understand this more than I do, and you have some idea here that I do not.
You call yourself a democracy.
I'd like an answer from you, Mr. Chandra. How am I expected to do this without military advisors?
Damn it, Key. You make my life much harder now.
You're coming here with these accusations and you have no alternative suggestions. I'm waiting. Do you have any way you propose I deal with this besides having military advisors to deal with a domestic military crisis?
All right, Key. All right, I understand.
I would hope so.
But if in 2 years, I'll give you another ultimatum.
An ultimatum?
I do not care what you say beyond this point. In about 3 years, if this situation is not resolved, we will stop investing in your country completely.
I must say, I find this policy to be very disappointing, and I find your unwillingness to try and understand the struggles of Myanmar's internal issues to be equally disappointing. I had planned on cooperating with your government in the future, but frankly, after this, it really does make me begin to question that sentiment.
Now, our government has been known to be neutral, but military dictatorships, I mean, it's obvious what happens in these dictatorships.
Military dictatorship? You are speaking with the president of Myanmar elected by the people in an election several months ago.
With military members in your cabinet.
In my cabinet? I was not aware that an advisement board was a cabinet.
That's how I read the news. If the news is wrong, you should go talk to the people who posted it.
Perhaps so.
Mr. Key, if I do not see the situation developing well in 3 years, we will stop investing. I do not care.
You will forgive me if I do not appoint a member of the civilian population of Myanmar to defense secretary and things of that nature. Perhaps you do things differently in India. I cannot speak on that, but in Myanmar, we like to let experts be in charge of their positions.
I think Vajpayee made it clear last meeting that unless it was a Ministry of Defense, Secretary of Defense, that he'd be alright with it. But instead, you make a whole board of it.
Mr. Chandra, I'm thankfully starting to find this conversation tedious and your lack of understanding for the domestic and civil and ethnic issues of Myanmar to be frankly insulting. I don't have much more to say to you.
So be it.
So be it.
3 years, we hope the situation develops well. If not,
we hope in the future, India will attempt to understand the issues of foreign countries before they come making demands.
I think I have understood it enough.
I hope so. Thank you for your time, Prime Minister Chandra.
You need it.
Fucking hell, man. Fiery words from the Prime Minister of India. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I need to take a piss again. Too much coffee.
Hello.
What's up? I'm making a democracy? I wouldn't say so. We are pretending to be a well, I mean, like, we're portraying ourselves to be very democratic, but none of our actions align with a functioning democracy at all. I mean, Twins always likes to play very aggressive leaders, so checks out. We're proposing an Asian mutual defense agreement. Sure, we'll hold off on that. We'll do that later. It's a little early. We gotta do some roleplay before we do that. Shan State is also close to the Burmese heartland for comfort. The Restoration Council of the Shan State and any of our Shan groups therefore deserve our full attention. We will take hostile action. Let's try to find a new playlist. What would be good? There's synthwave. That's not bad. We'll do some synthy stuff. So, what's your idea for going into that single player game? For Port Ma? Oh, I haven't planned it out yet. I don't roleplay single player games anymore, so it'll just be a playthrough. I haven't decided which path I want to go on it yet. I'll do like maybe a little bit of light roleplay, but it's hard for me to roleplay single player anymore. I'm capable of doing it, and I will do it for certain games, but like multiplayer roleplay is just so much more engaging, I think. So it's kind of hard now, I'll be honest. Like, I started the playthrough for like China and single player roleplay, and I just couldn't do it because I know it just wasn't as fun. It wasn't as good to me. How's it going, Viking? Good to see you. What is up? He did 10 office sectors? Yeah, it really is soulless. Glad to hear it, Viking. Single player roleplay is kind of just role-playing at a brick wall. And you can do that. It's basically just monologuing, which is doable. It's not as fun. Keep demobilizing the child soldiers. What am I renaming? Burmese victory. See if we're missing any important news. America's gone for the war on drugs. China just produced its first carrier. What's up, LMG? Think of the raid, man. How's it going? You were doing HRE, right? I took a peek at what you were doing earlier. Thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it. How was your game? Hope all is well. We are currently doing a Myanmar roleplay Millennium Dawn. We are role-playing corporatist Myanmar. We've negotiated with the military and managed to declare a new constitution, but the military basically has equal power to the Democratic Front, so we are being kind of tyrannical, very corporatist, but technically a democracy, so it's interesting. Try to ignite a new civil war and I will prevail. In what, Viking? What's up, Boostar? Form the HRE and I need to get myself away for drinking, though. I feel, man. Well, enjoy your drinking. Hope you have a good night. Thank you for the raid, man. I'll see you around. I wonder if the Vietnam issue's been dealt with. Vietnam got nuclear weapons in this game, and apparently they were getting really aggressive with them again, so we'll see. They're saying it's to counteract China, which is fair, but I haven't really seen a lot of aggression from China. For the most part, so we'll see how this goes. I know there has been some problems with the Spratlys, but still. We do have around 40 minutes left of this game as well. When this focus is done, we will launch another formal offensive against the Shan State, which is another domestic terror organization we need to deal with here. We're militaristically dealing with our civil issues, as the military does have a lot of power still in our government and are demanding it. So when you say democratic, you mean the American way? I'd say more of like the, I don't know. We're democratic in name only, really. Much like actual Myanmar. Yeah, there's a China player. He just hasn't really talked to us too much. It's Charles Panzer. Charles Panzer literally always plays China when he can. It's kind of his thing. Alright, only several thousand child soldiers left, and we'll be able to declare an end to child recruitment, which will really help us out. It's both a, as I've said before, moral issue and an international issue. It's really damaged our ability to conduct diplomacy and build economic ties with the West, because it's hard to justify it when that's happening. Our economy is looking really good. We're up to 39 civilian factories, 1 mill. We are going to start to build military factories very soon here. We're just going to finish up that infrastructure, and then I think we'll probably actually just start to immediately work on mills. This is a roleplay game, so you don't need to just like rush them like casual. It's not related to RP, but I have a question. What do you think about Ataturk? I wish I had read and known more about him. Generally speaking, he seemed like a fantastic leader. I mean, he essentially established like a semi-dictatorship to get Turkey back on track after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And he gave it all up for democracy, which is fucking impressive. There's not a lot of people who have the maturity and self-respect to do something like that. So I know he had certain problems, but for the most part, he was very fucking impressive. Again, being able to give away power is not an easy thing to do. Most people don't have it in them, so I suppose I generally like him, but I also am not nearly educated enough on his history and his policies to speak more deeply on it. But from my limited understanding, I respect him a lot.
Hello, this is Ranil Wickremesinghe,
Greetings.
the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. It's good to come here to Myanmar.
Welcome to the capital. Take a seat. What can I do for you?
Oh, I am recently inaugurated as Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, and of course, as new PM, I've noticed that my predecessor had not really had sufficient connections with
We have heard
government
nothing
in
from your
Myanmar.
government after the establishment of our new democratic regime, though to be fair, we also did not reach out to you.
Likewise. Well, I think it's fitting for the time to at least speak briefly. We both, of course, share the geographical area, and we ourselves as a member of the Himalayan Economic Cooperation, of course, sees the entire region as essential for our further economical development and our further peaceful cooperation.
Indeed.
So. Yes, I would like to propose some perhaps easing of easing off obstacles for trade, for example.
One of the pinnacle issues we
would
would potentially have with this is your participation in the Himalayan Economic Council. And considering the recent very incendiary remarks from President Chandra of India, we are very concerned about any establishment of further economic ties given his harsh and unacceptable words to our government.
Well, I understand, but still, I think that Myanmar ought not to completely cut all economic ties with India. Perhaps if
we have no intents to do it, but it is the intent of the Prime Minister Chandra to do so with us, given recent circumstances, which frankly we do not understand.
Well, it is quite concerning, frankly. Although, as agreements stand, we believe that of course Sri Lanka has Sri Lankan companies, and of course companies which have say a subsidiary within Sri Lanka have quite hefty protections from whatever the Indian government would do towards foreign companies. We have the same, of course, a company acting from Sri Lanka would have the same legal protection under law as an Indian corporation. I have worked, mostly my predecessors have worked extensively with different governments and, of course, companies wishing to protect their investments within India, which, of course, could be done by opening subsidiaries in Sri Lanka. If that, well, God forbid, if their threats against your government would result in say, Myanmar companies being their assets being put to foreclosure or the like. We believe that we can act within the economic cooperation, which does not really dictate anything more than the reduction on tariffs, and B, of course, the protection of property rights. So, as of now, we not really see how our cooperations with Pakistan and India would
My
deeply,
understanding is that you are tying your economic past together with that of India and Pakistan in a more, although certainly not centralized bloc, simply a heavily cooperative one. And as such, as well as the extensive influence India has over your country, economy, and government, we find it potentially dangerous to be entering into deals with you and your administration when, perhaps even not due to your own choice in the future, they will be gotten rid of by India's heavy-handed influence over your country. This could be very dangerous to Myanmar willing to make any sort of cooperation with Sri Lanka. We have great respect for your people, and especially you for pushing the Himalayan Economic Council, at which at one time we had considered joining, but given the recent actions of Prime Minister Chandra, unfortunately, until that situation can be resolved, and until he can be a little bit more heavy-handed, or less heavy-handed, we are going to have to, unfortunately, deny economic cooperation with your government. Again, we do not intend this as an insult, but rather simply as a precautionary step so as not to enter into deals that will simply be broken.
Well, sadly, I understand your position quite well. I will be sure to take this up with, of course, Mr. Kandra. Well, good luck with...
We thank you for being understanding, and we hope that the situation can be resolved in the future. As soon as it does, we look forward to political and economic cooperation with your government and all the things you suggested previously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day too. Thank you.
Let's see if we can put a little bit of pressure on the Indian government here. We have instigated an offensive against the Shan state. Once they are overthrown, we will have gotten rid of half of the domestic terrorists within the Myanmar state. As I'm preparing for the SATs, I need to read a lot. Do you recommend any American news channels? I read a lot about Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal is horrible. It's been bought by Rupert Murdoch, and it's now a opinion piece for the far right in America. And Los Angeles Times, they're okay. Vox of the Guardian are good too. Vox of the Guardian are okay. New York Times is still okay. They're all very biased for the most part. I really don't recommend the Wall Street Journal. I used to read the Wall Street Journal a lot when I was younger, but it got bought by Murdoch a couple years back, and now they don't really do like good pieces anymore. Now it's all so political from them. It's really sad. I used to actually get the Wall Street Journal. Like I used to get it like as a paper, but I got rid of it as soon as Murdoch got his claws into it, and it's gotten really bad now. The Guardian's okay. The Times is pretty solid as well. This paper I used to read a lot was the Sacramento Bee. I still read it now and again as well. They're not too bad. They do some solid journalistic stuff. I'd say the Times and the Guardian would be a good place to start. They're not horrible. They'll cover the big shit for the most part. But I'm curious, why do you need to read like American, like, why do you need to read news channels for studying for the SATs? I don't understand how that correlates too much. But you won't find any that aren't biased anymore. That died in the 2000s. Everything's biased now, unfortunately. Good, we managed to stay in stable growth. For now, at least. To improve your vocabulary, you're not a native speaker. That's fair.
Hello. Hello, Myanmar. This is Iran again. I see you are in a war. Iranian intervention army could help you in the war.
We thank you for your willingness to participate in such an action, but again, seeing as Iran has taken unilateral military action and occupies the state of Iraq, we cannot accept this proposal.
Okay,
thank you though. It's a kind offer. In terms of vocabulary improvement, playing video games will definitely help. Watching TV shows will help and stuff like that. Word games are good. I'd recommend trying do you like crosswords, Viking? Crosswords might help with your vocabulary. They're fun too. I used to do a lot of crosswords. Also, just curious, but do political ads have a place on streaming platforms like Hulu? I get people being informed, but it's a bit much in my opinion. I don't agree with it. But yeah, do crosswords, Viking. That'll help you out. I would be against it personally, but like it's a free market, I guess. So Hulu's making the choice to take their money, so it's a corporate choice. I don't care for it much either. I find it very strange. I get political ads on YouTube as well, which I always find to be. I mean, I guess they want to improve their bottom line money-wise, right? But still, it is very strange. You never got a political ad on YouTube. To be fair, you're not in America, so you don't get targeted for those ads, I would imagine. I assume you have an account and you watch Finnish shit, so like the YouTube knows that you're not American. I'm pretty sure it's only American ads for the most part on there. I could be wrong. I've only ever seen American ones, but then again, I'm American, so that would make sense, I suppose. You got a lot of Christian ads? I've gotten a few of those as well. Up to 41 factories, looking very good here. Except for music. Fair. Well, if you don't use a VPN, they can know where you're at too, so they know you're in Finland. So you will not be targeted for those sorts of things as much. No, I'll have to get one if someone ever gets that. I added that originally as a joke, but then people started actually saving for it, and I didn't get rid of it, so... I'll have to logistically figure that out if someone ever gets those points. We're pushing them pretty heavily here. They are simply domestic terrorists, so they don't have the military equipment they need to really defeat us here. It's simply a matter of time before we overwhelm their forces and get rid of this terrorist government that is operating here. The most religious ad I have ever gotten was an ad for Judaism, like once, but that's it. Really? That's surprising. That's not the kind of religious ad I would have expected. I expect like Christianity and Scientology, but I wouldn't expect that. Here we go. Wonderful. Damn, he got organizer, infantry leader, trickster, and jungle rat in those wars. Sometimes there are ads where a black guy comes out and talks about helping poor under the name of a mic. Huh? It's just IMC. It's just saunas and reindeer, so you don't need to know anything else. That's the only thing that's happening. What's up, Dubai? How you doing? One time I got an ad in Chinese and another in Korean, and sometimes I get one in Spanish. The fuck? Welcome back, Faceless.
Hello, sir.
Greetings.
Yes, I am a diplomatic envoy from the People's Republic of...
Is there any way you could turn your microphone up by chance?
Oh, don't worry. I just...
wonderful.
Yeah, here we go.
Greetings, Ambassador. What can I do for you?
Greetings. I am wondering about Myanmar's commitment to peace and stability in Southeast Asia. After looking at the reassimilation of many states in Southeast Asia, I am illegitimate warlord states of Myanmar. I am starting to consider about Myanmar's state and the regaining sovereignty over those states.
States. Would you like to have the opportunity to reword that statement?
So I'm talking about the warlords.
Wonderful. Of course. The domestic terrorists within Myanmar. Yes.
You could say. What is the government standpoint on that?
They are terrorists who seek nothing more than to overthrow the democratically elected government of Myanmar. We have attempted to make rapprochement with them and have failed at every opportunity, as they seek nothing more than total power and the overthrowing of this government. We are taking the necessary action to bring peace and stability to our democratic systems here in Myanmar.
Alright, I understand. Regarding the commitment, regarding your external commitments to peace and stability in Asia, I was wondering about how you see Vietnam and Thailand and their ongoing.
I find that situation to be very unfortunate, and overall, I hope a majority down to miscommunication between them. We don't want to see our fellow Asian members simply fall to their internal devices, and we do find the actions of Vietnam in terms of procuring a nuclear arsenal to be disturbing and unacceptable, but there's little we can do to stop them now that they've already done so.
Yes, I agree. I agree with what you're saying, because I believe that having a nuclear state in Southeast Asia will upturn the peace and stability that has lasted in the area. I have also held talks with other agreeers in the Yangon conference of 2003, like such as India and Thailand and Vietnam themselves.
Indeed.
Me and Vietnam have come to a consensus that they are starting to halt the advancement of their nuclear weapons programs. They have not made public commitments about their what's it called, about preventing then the development of their weapon systems thus far.
That's good to hear.
Yes. I'm also worried. I'm also wondering about the developments of the agreement in Yangon between Thailand and Laos.
As far as
How
we
is
as
that holding
well, it still stands. Laos has entered a period of economic expansion and stability, and we see that conference having done its intended job by demilitarizing the border with Thailand and ensuring both countries can pursue internal affairs.
That is amazing to hear. Regarding the economic expansions in Southeast Asia, I was also wondering if we could do a mutual investment, such as the one that we offered earlier. Would you like us?
We
to
would be open to another 12 billion mutual investment with North Korea.
I thank you. Would you like me? Would you like me to build any more civilian industry? If so, in what state, sir?
In Upper Burma, if you wouldn't mind, as we are seeking to, as I said previously, industrialize the northern regions as well.
I will. I may have to cancel our current offer, but I will also. I can. Would you let me invest in North Shan or Lower Burma?
North Shan would be acceptable as well.
Okay, thank you. I will now put the investment offer to you, sir.
Wonderful. You're happy to sign the agreement?
Okay. I believe that we would like to invest in Hamyong, the border state of the Soviet Union.
I do believe I've also... Yes, it's already going there. So, yes, we are already doing so.
I thank you, sir, for continuing the commitment of peace.
And I thank North Korea for continuing to be pushing a not-so-hostile policy towards Asia anymore. It is wonderful to see.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I will now continue on my diplomatic tour of Asia.
Alright, around 20 minutes left of this game. I'm just thinking about spaghetti at this point, I'm going to be honest, guys. St. Nicholas was a priest in Turkey and got tied to Santa Claus and Saturnalia, Christmas to help conversion of pagans. If you made the saint of gift-giving and charity, it's kind of a requirement. Dog, I'm so hyped for spaghetti. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna go cook some spaghetti and then talk about some stuff with my staff. And I'm gonna go mow the lawn. It's gonna be a good evening. Do I have anything on the side? With spaghetti? Fuck no. Fuck no. Why would you complicate things needlessly? We are finishing up request Western development aid. Since democratization, Western donors have expressed a greater willingness to funnel our development. We should take advantage of this. So we're going to get 15 billion here, and then we will go to strike at the Cation as well. Meatballs? I'll be honest, I don't like meatballs and spaghetti. I don't hate it, but like I just rather have like a good spaghetti sauce, you know, just keep it simple. Doesn't need to be overly complicated. Yeah, with obviously just an ungodly amount of fucking you know, Parmesan cheese on there, of course. Wonderful. To our north, the Cation Independence Organization poses a significant threat as they possess the second largest rebel army in the entire country. Nevertheless, if we focus our attention on them, they will be unable to defend their resource-rich territories. What do they have there? Ah, they have tungsten. So does the Wasp State. We're going to be getting a hold of that. No, technology metals. Oh my gosh. Those are very valuable, so that's good. What food do your space people eat? Man, I didn't write that deep into the lore, I'm going to be honest with you, Samurai. I actually like chicken more than red meat. Depends how it's made. I really like beef, man. Beef is fantastic. There's so many different ways you can prepare it. I'm agnostic / atheist, but was born Christian and baptized. The only reason I know a lot about these things is I'm a knowledgeable sponge. Little factoids and a broad scope of knowledge. That's fair. Curiosity is a very good thing to have, man. There's a lot of things to know about our world. You're a sandwich guy. I love sandwiches too, but I got really fat eating lots of sandwiches, so I try not to anymore. Civilian train used for supply. Yes. And also make sure you have lots of motorized for supply as well, Condor. The McChicken slaps. Maybe in Finland. Here, it's absolutely ungodly. I can only eat McDonald's if I am drunk or high, or optimally both. Your joke failed. It's just Spaceballs. Oh, god damn it. I just didn't read it, my man. Spaceballs. You can do better than that. You can do better than that, Samurai. I know you can. The McChicken is just a piece of a big nugget inside of bread here. Doesn't sound bad. I like sushi except salmon sushi, but I hate salmon. It's overused everywhere. Salmon's one of those things that really needs to be made well. Like mediocre, even mid-tier salmon's gross, but good, well-prepared salmon is fantastic. It's one of those things you can't make it half-assed, you know? Moose meat is like beef with a weird aftertaste. Dude, I really like elk. Elk and venison is some of my favorite food on the planet. Like a good, well fucking marinated venison is on another fucking planet. That shit is so fucking good. Nobody eats moose here. I've never had moose. I've had elk and I've had venison. I've never had moose. Elk's really good. I like elk actually. I would say I like it better than venison. They're both really good. Venison's better than beef though by far. So. Have I ever eaten a snake? No. I've eaten crocodile. I've eaten bison. I've eaten water buffalo. That was really good, but I got really sick eating it. I was trekking in Nepal, and before I did the Annapurna circuit in Nepal, and like the day before I left on the Annapurna circuit in Kathmandu, I had a bunch of fucking water buffalo momos with a friend of mine, and then for the first 3 days of trekking in Nepal, I had explosive diarrhea. That shit was not fun. The first day I got to like my fucking like first tea house, and I just collapsed, and I literally had to stay a day there because I couldn't move, because I was so fucked up. Bad times. It was delicious though. Not worth it, but delicious. Really fucking good, man. Really good. Not worth it though. They gotta follow gravity, baby. You once ate fish eyes when I used to live in Sweden, bro. It just tells you the appetite of Swedes. Dog, Swedes are built different. They eat pickled herring. I don't understand that shit. I'm basic. I love omelets made with parsley and milk, side with baked bread and a good cup of coffee. Good omelets are fantastic. My optimal omelet is probably around 6 to 8 eggs because I'm really fat. Optimally, if I had the ingredients for it, so I'd fry up some like just, you know, some simple like ground beef and then throw that in there. Some cheese, some parsley, some really finely cut onions. And then like when you fold the omelet, I like to like, you know, like the brush for cooking, I put oil on there to give it like that nice like golden kind of shell. And I cover it with Parmesan. And then optimally, I put on some honey mustard because I'm a sociopath. Or I used to put on Chick-fil-A sauce because it's so good, but I don't anymore because I can't support that fucking... Man, I read into Chick-fil-A, now I can't eat there because they're fucking evil, but... Anyway, unrelated. That's my omelet. It's good. Icelanders eat rotten shark meat. Scandinavians are built different, man. They really are. They're built different. Yeah, true, Viking. Goddamn right. Oh, yeah. How long we have? Like 10 minutes before I can eat spaghetti. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Chick-fil-A's horrible. Yeah, which sucks because their food is fantastic, but I can't justify eating their shit anymore. Bullshit. If it isn't rotten, it's poisonous. Do they really? That's disgusting. I didn't know a single Swede who likes pickled herring. I know one! Note, and he's currently playing Sri Lanka. Hastings likes pickled herring. We were legitimately playing D&D, and that man was eating pickled herring like a fucking sociopath. Yeah, they're really anti-queer, so fuck them. Fuck that. What made you go to Nepal? I wanted to trek there. I really like hiking in mountains, and Himalayas are beautiful, so I did like a 2-week-long trek there. It was fucking nice. Is he an old man? Spiritually, yes, he's an old man. In reality, I think he's only like 26, but he is spiritually an old man. Chick-fil-A funds a lot of LGBTQ stuff. They also like fund the fuck out of like far-right conservatives politically in America. Just they funnel money into really fucked up groups. Didn't they give money to like one of those groups that does like electroshock therapy for gay people? The idea being if you electrocute a gay person enough, they stop being gay. Wasn't that Chick-fil-A? I think it was. So, yeah, they're pretty evil, man. Do you like your coffee bitter? No, fuck that. You know what drives me crazy? People are like, I like my coffee black. I don't fucking get that, man. Like, I put creamer in my coffee because it fucking tastes good. I don't get like the pride for drinking black coffee. I don't understand it. I'll drink it if it's really early and I have no other option. I'll drink black coffee. But if I can put creamer or sugar in my coffee, I'm gonna do it. It just tastes better. Why would you not do that? I don't understand that. No, I put it in there. So yeah. Meet any monks? Like one. I had a conversation with one in Kathmandu, but not for long. Kind of just very quick. There's a trek I want to do one day up in Kashmir where you go to like this what's it called? A Buddhist monastery. One day when I'm not a poor bastard, I want to take a trek up to Kashmir for like a month and go just like trekking. There's so much I want to do up there. You love black coffee, it's healthy and tastes good to me. If it tastes good to you, I guess, but for me, it doesn't taste good. I don't like it. Unless it's like the really high quality shit, but then it still tastes better if you put creamer in it. So, you know, just saying. Did you see any Gurkhas? I did not, sadly. You should visit the Finnish port cities and visit my city. Maybe. I wouldn't. It would be fun to go to Finland sometime. Lampari once promised me that he'd take me dirt biking in fucking in Finland, and I'm gonna hold him to that. So that would be fun. There's some organizations who do things you don't agree with. What doesn't make any sense? How doesn't that make sense? Oh. I do play Victoria 2, Gravity. I do. We actually, we run Victoria 2. We just started running Victoria 2 roleplay games in the server. And I will stream it when I have the time at some point. I want to join one of the games. Badger's been organizing those. But yes, I really like Victoria 2. Gravity, what are your thoughts on Victoria 3? You excited or you worried about it? I really like Victoria 2, so I feel so complex about Victoria 3. We'll see. But yeah, I really like Vicky 2. My favorite playthrough is when I went to Sardinia Piedmont. I didn't expand the whole game, but I became like super hyper educated socialist Sardinia Piedmont with like the best economy in the world besides Britain. That was my favorite Victoria 2 playthrough. I literally like gave rights to all my people. It was so great. You should ask if you could have come along with went to Ulu. Do you know why I support Trump? He knows how to eat. Oh God. Yeah. I mean, his blood is literally like got the consistency of fucking like pudding. Vicky 3 looks a little mid. It does. As of any Paradox game, it'll take 5 DLCs before it's good, but it's got potential. On release, I think it's going to be really mediocre. If you like Israel, history, Israel's one of the most fascinating places. Got everything from cavemen and paintings and Ammonite fossils to chariots used by Alexander the Great's army. That's fair. Chungus Trump. Trump is big Chungus, that's for sure. Alright, we're in the end game now. I can almost eat spaghetti. We'll be able to fight the cash-in next week. Next Thursday, we'll be able to do this war. Then we just have to deal with the lost state. And then we will be completely dealt with the rebels. And then at that point, we'll have to decide if we want to even continue the pretext of being a true democracy. Steal your wallet and phone. Nice. Nice! Some people say Trump will be elected again because of Biden's bad policies. I hope that America are not that dumb. We're that dumb. Yeah, Biden's a horrible fucking president, and anyone who unironically supports him, I don't understand. I voted for Biden because I didn't want an authoritarian fucking Cheeto man in charge, but like at the same time, Biden's so fucking incompetent and horrible. It blows my mind how liberals just like pretend he wasn't a full-blown racist until like 2003. It just blows my mind. That man didn't support gay marriage until like 2012. He wrote the bill that made it illegal to declare bankruptcy as a student. Like, fuck that dude so hard. Anyway. Hey, he is a god of the alt-right, that's true. DeSantis is not a meme. DeSantis is like fucking terrifying. Anyway. We're getting political, and I'm thinking too much about spaghetti to talk politics right now. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna level with you. One of my favorite mods for Hoi 4. William Dawn is my favorite. Old World Blues is probably my second favorite. Kaiserreich is my third favorite. Road to 56 for all things considered is probably my fourth favorite. Those are the main ones I really like. There's another one. What is it? Great War Redux would probably be my fifth favorite. No. End of a New Beginning and Great War Redux are tied for fifth. End of a New Beginning is just too ambitious. I love that mod team, but they were way too ambitious with what they want to do. Hamu RP is your fifth favorite. When Hammurabi RP is done, it'll be my favorite, but we gotta waste. Cold War Iron Curtain Sight. Not my favorite. Black Ice, I'm not big brain enough to understand. As an outsider looking in, Biden looks legit unfit for the job. Yes, he should not have any semblance of power. But that's also true of like half of the U.S. Supreme Court. So you know, is what it is. Which corrupt evil politician should choose this year? Red evil politician or blue evil politician? Yup. Just get the anime mod for Hoi 4. You would say that, Harold. Harold, you seem like the type of guy to play like the anime fucking Stellaris mods. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Cold War is so railroaded. That's what I don't like about it. And they provide like no attempt to make multiplayer viable, which I don't like. You should play a Total War mod. It would be great. Be ready for your brain to explode. At some point, I want to play a bunch of... I will stream some Bannerlord. That's the other game I want to stream sometime. I just don't have time for it. Alright. Almost there. Please, Hamu, in corruption, it hurts to look at. No, we are a very corrupt, corporatist fucking neo-democracy. I will never lower corruption this whole playthrough, so be warned. Taking suboptimal roleplay decision is the ultimate Move. Imagine taking optimal decisions and not role-playing. Kind of cringe, to be honest. Alright, we will get to start this war before the end of the game, it seems. We actually have planes. I completely forgot about that. But we are a democracy. Shouldn't we fight with corruption and promote equality and freedom of speech? We are technically a democracy. Yeah, exactly. We're a democracy with air quotes, my man. We're not a real democracy, and we're not gonna be a real democracy. I am basically trying to roleplay out what a country looks like when it pretends to reform into a democracy just to get investments from the West. That's what we're roleplaying with this playthrough. We literally are working with the military. The military is like working hand in hand with us. Like, again, we are air quote democracy here. The one thing Biden did that I'm okay with is a stopgap executive order protecting abortion rights. Yeah, true, but that should have been done by Congress like 10 years ago. That's why you don't use the Supreme Court as permanent solution. Legislature should have backed it up. Quick one, Roe versus Wade. Yeah, but Democrats have been running on like putting abortion like fucking rights into like the legislature for the last, again, 10 years, and they haven't done it. Fuck that. He can also literally cancel student debt at the federal level whenever he wants, and he doesn't, so fuck him. I do play Total War. Yes, I do, Gravity. My favorite Total War is Medieval 2, followed by Rome 2, followed by Rome 1. No. Hold up. Let me redo this. My favorite is Total War Medieval 2, followed by Shogun 2, followed by Rome 2, followed by Rome 1, followed... I really did like Attila, so I'll go with Attila. But yeah, I really like Total War games. Yeah, no, you are right about that, AMC. Democracy just means people vote. It doesn't mean that they are liberal. Correct. It also doesn't always mean that either. You can say you're a democracy and not be a democracy. Someone just pinged me and then I didn't get the ping notification. That's weird. Hammer, were you ever active on sites like Newsground during the early 2000s? No, absolutely not. I forgot to tell everyone a shitty thing happened yesterday, so there... Oh, 1 second. Yesterday was the match between a Turkish team and a Ukrainian team. One of the Ukrainian players did some hand gestures and a fucking woodhead. Fenerbahce fanatics started to shout Putin's name and killed 17 Turkish soldiers a year ago. Oh, Jesus. When abortion policy happened, I wanted to kill Biden. Total War Medieval 2 has the best mods. It really does. I am really hoping that Creative Assembly and Total War comes back. And in my mind, the only way they do that is they put all their money and effort into making an absolutely top-tier Medieval Total War 3 game and make the campaigns like multiplayer capable for more than like 5 people. If they do that, they might come back.
Hello, Myanmar.
Greetings.
I see that your country is really aggressive.
Aggressive? How do you mean?
Yes. You took what's called... you took Kashin.
Kashin? You mean the domestic terrorist state within Myanmar, which we've been fighting for the last couple decades?
Oh, really? Now it's justifiable. It's not justifiable. Like you said, the attacker, it's always justifiable.
Ambassador, are you trying to compare our military actions with our domestic terrorists to your invasion of the sovereign state of Iraq?
I want to ask you one question. Weren't there also terrorists in Iraq?
Sorry?
There was terrorists in Iraq.
Ambassador, I'm not going to play this game with you. This is laughable.
Saddam Hussein made my Iranian people Like he couldn't he wouldn't even let them out of the country.
Why have you not then installed a proper regime in Iraq and given the people the right to self-determination? Why do you continue to occupy it?
People has right. The Iraq people has
Underneath
a
your
say in
theocratic
the
dictatorship? I wouldn't say so.
They have.
Again, I find your comparison of our domestic terror states to Iraq to yet again, let me say it again, to be a laughable suggestion.
This is just hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy?
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Fuck! He compared us to going after the Kashan state to his invasion of Iraq. Bruh! Sorry. I'll get back on roleplay. That's just hilarious. How's it going, Cognizine? What's up? Iranian Diplomat's #1. What is the next stream? Tomorrow, Samurai. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Stellaris. We're about to end stream so I can go over the next couple ones. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Stellaris. Saturday I won't be streaming. Sunday I'll be streaming EU4. And then next week we got some cool shit. Next week we have, of course, next Wednesday D&D. Next Thursday we have this game continuing. Next Friday we have Stellaris. Next Saturday we have the beginning of the China series that I've been promising a while. It's going to be a tiered game, so the roleplay in that is going to be insanely high quality. And then next Sunday we're also going to be starting a tiered CK3 game in Iberia. So a lot of cool stuff coming up. So let me go see if Quaz is going to keep streaming. We're going to go raid him if he's going to keep streaming. Let me see. The boy. Turn on the United Wasp State Army. While the UWSA has fought alongside us in the past, they simply cannot be trusted. Boasting the largest rebel force in the country and close links to China, we cannot establish a unified state with such a powerful force outside of our control. We must force them to submit to our authority. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a bard are you? Probably a 5, if I'm going to be honest. At a roleplay hasting, we have 2 minutes left, just heads up.
Okay. Well, I was sent as a delegation, from the Prime Minister of India to propose some mediation, either through us or perhaps through the United States, as they have also accepted, between, of course, India and Myanmar to relieve.
We don't feel any need for mediation. We are seeking a formal apology of the great insult given to us by the Indian government, after which we are welcome to set this behind us.
Well,
our expectations are very simple.
Yes, so I've tried to make your position as clear as I can, given the information which I have at my disposal, although, well, I not think that, frankly, that the Indian, well, Mr. Chandra understands the destability in Indochina itself, with, of course, Vietnam and Thailand, both the former having nuclear weapons, and the latter publicly announcing that they will try to get such weapons. Yes, I will try to urge him once more to
I would hope he sees reason, but that is his decision.
Indeed.
Myanmar has many international allies and economic partners, and we no longer need India. Although we are always happy to work with them, as we share a border and, to a degree, a history. But we are going to need a personal apology from Prime Minister Chandra for his incendiary and unacceptable words to us.
Indeed. Understand. Have a good day.
Good day. Have I got 2G yet? Oh, what's up, Jarl? What do we have? I think we have 2G. We have 3G and Wi-Fi. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of your entire personality is based on your beard? Probably a 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love your beard over your mother? Also a 10. All right, this game is over. All right, we're gonna go ahead and end here. Is Quasi gonna keep streaming? Because I need to know if I'm rating him or not. Yo, Quasi.
Yes.
Are you gonna keep streaming?
No, I'm gonna stop after.
Sounds good. All right, we'll go find someone else to raid then. This is where we end. Let's go see who is streaming the raid. See if I know anyone's streaming right now. We gotta look for someone. Have you watched the Critical Role series? A little bit. They're really good. I just recently got into it. It's very fucking solid. No one doing anything particularly interesting. Let's go look at the Hoy streamers. Let's go find someone to raid. Oh. Someone's doing some Millennium Dawn multiplayer. It's not a roleplay, but he is streaming some Hoy or some Millennium Dawn. We'll go raid this guy. Have I rated him before? His name's familiar. I don't think so. All right, this guy's streaming some Millennium Dawn, so that should be pretty entertaining. It's not roleplay, but it still looks pretty solid. We're gonna go raid him. On a scale of 1 to 10, is your beard better than General Aladdin's from The Dictator? Of course not. No. Aladdin's beard is legendary. I would never suggest that. Tomorrow, Stellaris Roleplay, 12:15 EST. We're going to continue as the Arcala Divergency. No stream on Saturday. On Sunday, we have more Bengal EU4 Roleplay. And then 2 new games starting next week. We're going to be doing a tiered CK3 Iberia game, which I'll be playing a Muslim, some sort of Muslim leader. And then we are going to be starting the China Millennium Dawn series, which is going to be a tiered multiplayer roleplay series. I've been promising that for a while, but we're going to do it right. It's going to be really good. So I hope you guys enjoy that. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good night.